boys in the butt.
Weren't you in that stream with Mr. He Who Shall Not Be Named?
Well, that you're gonna have to do better than that. Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. All right. Yeah. Got the diabetes.
What do you call an Indian with no legs? Dr. Sajay.
That's on you for not pegging that disgusting fat land whale for what that was. Okay, that's on you.
It's all about the trigger. Trigger. Trigger.
All right. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to The Rage. I'm the Ragey Atheist. John is here. I have this incessant tapping going on above me. It started 20 minutes before I started streaming. An occasional drill. It's going to drive me insane. Hopefully it doesn't drive you insane. And hopefully they fucking stop. Well, what's up, chat? What's up, John?
I'm trying to think what that Poe story was.
The what?
There was a Edgar Allan Poe story about
the Telltale Heart.
The Telltale Heart. Yeah, that's what Knox got going on there. When I first came in, I thought he had bought a cuckoo clock or something. It was tick, 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 tick.
Yeah. It's insanity, and hopefully they fucking stop soon, because I'm gonna have to mute myself when I'm not talking. And I see Elisa drop the link. I'll drop the link soon, not right away tonight. Me and John are gonna look at something real quick, a little hilarity, and then I will drop the link. And I would like people to come in. The fuck are they doing up there? All right, and I'd like people to come in, and we can start talking about the Trinity, all that stupid ass shit that Christians are talking about right now. So we will be dropping the link, and then you can feel free to bring in a topic with you as you come. They are gonna drive me fucking crazy.
Nah, can't do anything about
it. This is gonna drive me nuts. All right, so, but I do want to watch something first. Before we bring anybody in, we're going to not comment too much on it, John. When I stop, we have to comment really quick. I want to get through it quick. Motherfucker. The hell are they doing upstairs? Oh, my God. It's going to make it impossible for me to stream tonight. It's going to make it impossible.
Well, what we do is when people come in here, I'll just let a dumpster fire.
Yeah, he went through.
It's real noisy and shit. You won't be able to hear that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll stop whatever the fuck they're doing soon. It's 7 o'clock. The hell?
What's that?
I don't know. Yeah, the audience has got to be just mesmerized by all this. I'm very, very distracted. I'm very distracted. And it's driving me insane. It's driving me insane. So I'm going to have to mute while I'm not talking so you guys can hear it. But, yeah, this happened, I think it was last night. I saw it on Jay's channel, or I saw Jay talking about it, Jay Spatchcock, Jay Pasick. And let's get to the right one. And let's get that back up there. And, you know, Smokey and Praise has been going at each other. They've been going at each other. And I will be dropping the link. And this is an open room. And we're not, this is only 6 minutes or 5 minutes. And we're going to get through it really quickly. But I want to start the discussion with this on the Trinity. And, you know, hopefully we can get a couple Christians in tonight and they can argue with us about it. But I want to get atheist perspectives. What is the Trinity? How silly is it to you? Do you take it seriously? And do you know it well enough to educate me on it? Because I've always thought it was stupid. God damn you fuckers. All right. God doesn't want me to stream tonight, John. That's what this shit is. It's up, Satan's up there banging a nun, and they don't want me to stream. All right, so we'll get right into it, John, and then we'll drop the link as soon as we're done. When I do pause it, we'll just real quick, real quick fucking comments, not too much, not too broad, and then we'll bring people in and we can discuss this video together and discuss the Trinity, and then any other topic that you want to bring in will be up for the air.
No.
I've got till 11 at least. Go ahead, John.
Puff says he must have done a lot of construction work or home improvement work because he says it sounds like they're removing tile.
That could be it. Yeah. Probably getting the space upstairs ready for a new tenant. So they're working late, and God damn them. Like, motherfuckers do this in the afternoon like you're supposed to. But all right, so we're going to start, and then we'll drop the link, guys. What's up, chat? Thank you for joining us. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. Looking forward to the conversation tonight. Tomorrow night, we have Otangelo, or I have Otangelo to be a one-on-one. Who knows what's going to ensue? I don't even really know where the conversation is going to go. I am as well talking to other Christians, and hopefully we'll have some one-on-ones moving forward, because I know the chat loves that. I'm going to try to reach out to Brother Jay again, John. It's been a while since I talked to Brother Jay. I think it's time to I catch up with Brother Jay.
Get Mr. Rogers in here.
Yeah, that'd be something to try to work on. I'm seeing some scandal with Mr. Rogers, so I'm going to find out what that's about. And then maybe we'll do a video on that. But I haven't edited Mr. Rogers' video coming out. It's done.
What did you do? Ask someone to please be his neighbor?
No, still talking election fraud. But all right, I'm going to push play. We're going to get right into this, and then we'll drop the link in the side chat.
Yeah, he went through. He went in.
And Red Fang and Smokey. What's going on, guys?
What up, Praise?
The smoke taint. Cool.
Just chilling out, man.
Sorry.
Praise, I just had a quick question because I wanted to clarify. I got really confused.
Are you a
by
Trinitarian or a Unitarian
video
now, Praise?
Earlier was what was the point of the video? I guess I kind of missed it because it seemed like you were attempting to maybe insinuate homosexuality on the part of Nicholas or something with the end of the clip. I'm not sure what was really trying to be conveyed there. I think maybe there was some confusion with Dr. Kenny and what was maybe being said, but I guess maybe I just want to know, what was your point with the vid? I guess what was the stab at?
Pompacity.
Say again.
I got to remember that.
You're muted.
I got to remember that I'm muting myself every time now because of this insane tapping. But so real quick, it seems that Praise did a stream, I guess, or confronted Nicholas about possibly being gay. I haven't seen it, but...
Well, no, Praise just said it was about pompacity.
Yeah, well, that's what Praise is saying, but Smokey's saying that, like, he pretty much accused him of being gay.
I mean, that could be, but I find it interesting that Smokey is going to call someone out for, making implications about another person.
Oh, wait, it gets better, John. It gets better. Smokey is going to be completely 1,000% the biggest hypocrite you've ever seen in your fucking life. Let's continue.
Yeah.
So it's Nicholas's pompacity.
It's a fancy word.
Pompacity. Okay. So you're talking about him having a haughty and arrogant air of piety or something? Is this kind of what you're saying?
He's a pompous. He's a pompous prick.
Okay.
Bingo!
Oh, you like that? Oh, Praise, you like that? Oh, you like that? That's a good way to be a demonstration, an example of what you're trying to point out there. You like encouraging the God haters' vulgarity against people that you're supposedly calling a brother. Is this your new MO?
Well, he's already disinherited me and his brother, so I don't know what you mean by brother. What does that even mean?
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, right. It doesn't mean anything to you because once that's happened, right? Okay. All right. Well, no, that's interesting. I was trying to understand where the point was trying to be made, but I guess the point was made that there's just no reason for decency, and that this pontification of how we need to behave is really just noise. Because ultimately, when it comes down to it, you don't operate by it or have any value for it at all.
You're muted.
God damn it. All right. So, I mean, like, what? Seriously? Like, Smokey's going to talk about decency and honesty and forgiveness?
Oh, I was going to ask where the fuck Jay go. I thought maybe somebody ditched him. Yeah, I mean, and it's so funny because he's talking about going after your brother. What's he been doing for the last fucking month, man? Like, I guess he's the only one that can say whether somebody's a Christian or not. You know, like nobody else can call him out or anybody else out about how they're behaving. He's the only one that can do that. He's the arbiter of everything, I guess. And he talks about piety. Are you kidding me? I mean, he tries to portray himself as the expert number one Christian on the block that knows everything about everything and has the authority to bestow Christianhood on whoever he wants and to call whoever he wants a heretic.
Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy. It's complete hypocrisy. It's going to get a little worse. Let's continue.
All right. I mean, it's always on us if we have an issue, but you're allowed to just, do whatever the hell you want type thing. Is that kind of how it works? Is that your Christianity?
I don't do well. I mean, if show me where I do the hell what I want. So I'm defending myself. I was actually pushed into this. So
that was defending yourself. That video of the disgusting stuff is you defending yourself. Like when you came in and started throwing random vulgarities of the F word at me in my room, that was also you defending yourself, or was that righteous indignation? What was that?
I would say righteous indignation.
Righteous
indignation. That's
okay. Beautiful.
I love how fucking. Now it's a double tap. I love how fucking Jay is just like trolling the whole time, like just fucking trolling the whole time. It's what I would do in this situation. Props, Jay Pasick. But all right, we got 2 minutes and 36 seconds left of this, and then we will throw the link in the side chat. Come on in once we do. Yeah, let's have some laughs. Let's talk about the Trinity. I want to understand the Trinity better. I feel like I need to. If I'm going to be talking shit about Smokey talking shit about everybody else and the Trinity, then I need to understand the Trinity better.
Well, I'll tell you what, you don't always get what you want, Knox. So
yeah, is there even really like being able to understand the Trinity, or is it just this non-coherent babble?
Pretty much, in my opinion, anyway.
All right, so let's continue. We got 2 minutes and 36 seconds left of this.
All right. Well, I was just curious. I was going to try to give you a semblance of a benefit of a doubt of decent character by trying to see your take on your justification for that, but it is sadly about.
But you just made fun of me, Smokey. No, you were not. Hold on. See, you booted me out of the room too. I didn't even get a chance to finish myself. So, I mean, I could have finished. Maybe we could have got somewhere, but you didn't even let me do that. But here's the thing, Smokey. You were more interested in trying to irk me and get under my skin and try to anger me. So you weren't there to work as a mediator, a counselor, to try to work things out. That was not your interest.
Did I not let you say whatever you wanted when you came in and even stopped?
What does that mean? That doesn't. No. What you should try to do is try to get brother to brother and talk things out and try to be a mediator. Just letting people talk their feelings out and laugh at them after they say it, that doesn't accomplish anything.
So you do believe you were completely in the right during my stream with
you? In fact, this stream tonight, I apologize and I repented of it.
And does it mean anything when you repent every stream of exactly the same thing, or is your repentance
every stream
your character when that happens?
I have over 500 streams, Smokey. I don't repent every stream.
Cool.
You're muted.
These motherfuckers need to stop upstairs for real. Does Smokey Saint not have any self-awareness about him whatsoever? Like I literally we just covered it, John. And the last time when I went into his Saturday night stream, asked him like if Praise were to start thinking, was a Trinitarian all of a sudden, just like you, and was saying everything you wanted him to say, would you forgive him? And Smokey was like, nope. and now he's like getting on to praises shit about forgiveness, and they're like, what?
Well, and then something else too. When that last stream you were in of his, where Marty and a few other atheists were there, you guys were dropping the F-bomb all over the place. Smokey never said one word.
Yeah.
And now he's going to call whoever this fucking idiot is, we're going to praise. Now he's going to call praise out for using vulgar language. So, and he's got a problem with the F word, but he doesn't have a problem with skank, whore,
the N word.
He thinks because it's not classic profanity that it's okay for him to call people rat, roach, retards, and whatever else.
And this is all over the Trinity, John. Like they're having a fucking hissy fit about the goddamn Trinity, about what's heresy. Fucking, I guess Praise has been like coming to the Trinitarian side to try to appease Smokey, and Smokey's just like right here saying, "Well, fuck you." Like, well, not right here. I was watching something else with him and Nicholas or some shit. But Smokey was like, "Fuck you! You're not no Trinitarian." Like, no matter what Praise does, he's not gonna. It's like, it's just so funny that they're having this little hissy fit about something like you can't even prove your God exists, much less there's three of them.
Yeah, I mean, are they like Wonder Twins? Only it's the Wonder Triplets.
I don't understand. That's why when we open it up, people can educate me tonight. I don't get it. It's fucking stupid. Well, all right, we got 1 minute left. We'll let it play. I'll throw the link in the side chat, and we'll open the room up.
Well, no, I'm talking about within the last 3 or 4 times because you've used vulgarity almost.
Oh, with
every
you
stream.
guys. Okay, so yeah,
And then you say you repent, and then you go back and do it the next stream, and then you say you repent, and then you go back and do it the next stream and say you repent. So maybe your repentance is just worthless, like your character.
Well, maybe it's not because Jesus said 7 times 70. So Jesus said, I mean, that's a lot of times. So
that's not licensed. That's not licensed for.
But I never said it was. I never said it was.
What it is an admonition to the brothers of forgiveness, not an admonition for you to be a trash clown and repent.
Wait, you did nothing to try to smooth the situation. You did nothing.
All I'm hearing is a whole lot of gatekeeping coming from Smokey.
In breaking news, folks, Smokey is not God.
He's not bad.
Amen. Who said I was? I get to.
Uh-oh.
So did I just?
Gavin did that once. I respect Gavin's. I respect Gavin's decision on that.
All right, so.
Well, wait, did he do that on purpose?
I don't know. I think it was an accident, and Smokey probably left. It had to be an accident because, like, Gavin just totally did his 12-year-old thing. And it was like, breaking news, Smokey's not bad, and then kicked him. It had to be an accident. And Smokey, he'll leave immediately, especially if he's pissed and triggered. Too fucking funny.
You'll sit backstage for a half hour, man.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I've sat back there for an hour before. But all right, I'm going to throw the link into the side chat. Feel free to come in. I want to understand the Trinity a little better. Or come in, and if you're a Christian and you happen to be watching, challenge me and John and the panel. This is, it's sad that Christians don't have more balls because I'll go straight up into a room with 9 Christians in it, 8 Christians, 7 Christians. I don't give a fuck. I'll sit there and laugh my ass off. Christians, come on in. Have fun. Challenge your boy. What's up, chat? This is going to be fun tonight. What did you think about that, John? The hypocrisy of Smokey Saint. Does it surprise you?
I mean, yeah, does it surprise me? Yes, that was like the most heartbreaking, insane shit I ever heard. That fucking Smokey contradicted himself and was hypocritical. Like, I would have never imagined.
Never.
/S.
All right, we got people joining us. Leo, I'm gonna bring you in, but you're gonna have to do your thing, my dude. So we are at 7 now.
We were reviewing one the other day, and a black screen popped up, and I'm like, "Yep, that's Leo." Completely dark screen. There he is. Camera.
There he is.
Oh, I see how it is because it's a black screen. It must have been me, right?
Exactly.
I see the synagogue is in the side chat. I know CJ doesn't like the open rooms anymore, but CJ, you can come in if you want. But yeah, it is. CJ told me he doesn't like doing the open rooms anymore, so I'm not going to pressure you.
Cool. Oh yeah, don't prep. But maybe he can come in and explain his incoherency that he was throwing Leo in the Twitter, and I finally just muted the conversation because he couldn't see, even though all I did was call him out for it and say, "Yeah, you're not getting it, dude. You don't see where you got astray here." And Leo specifically explained it to him, and he still didn't get it. He was equivocating. He was not seeing that he was talking about something completely different than Leo was talking about in the stream. I mean, he was calling Leo out about because he had talked about the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah. And I actually did watch back the stream. I definitely misspoke in that stream, but number one, I had been drinking, and number two, I often end up misspeaking when talking to Smokey because the way that Smokey phrases things and word things.
How do you figure you misspoke? Because I went back and and you did not misspeak.
Well, there was a part where Smokey asked the question about the Council of Nicaea creating the Bible, and I said, yeah, that's what had happened, even though
but here
the Bible as we see it today.
But wait a minute. Let me explain to you why you didn't misspeak. Okay, because you said that the Council of Nicaea created the Bible. Okay, and now that's where I'm talking about how CJ was equivocating, because you weren't saying that at the Council of Nicaea they literally created all the components of the Bible.
That wasn't the Council of Nicaea.
You clarified even in on Twitter there, because you said, well, it probably would have been they compiled it. Okay,
that wasn't the Council of Nicaea.
Yes, I think we're all well aware of that.
I'm sorry.
What was it? The Council of what, Leo?
Well, the Bible, as the 39 books of the Old Testament and the 27 books of the New Testament that are put together in what we would traditionally call the Holy Bible, were originally compiled by Saint Jerome around 400 AD. But what had pissed Smokey and Nicholas off is that I had said essentially something along the lines of that what at the time would have been established as biblical Canaan, well, not really biblical Canaan, because the Bible didn't exist in the sense that we would consider how it exists today back then, but that Christian doctrine was essentially initially established, at least formally, by the Council of Nicaea. Now, the church fathers prior to that had already kind of chosen what books they considered to be New Testament, what we would consider New Testament Canaan, and which ones weren't, which is why there's a difference between the Gospels that we see in the New Testament now and all the other ones that we don't see and that a lot of people don't know about, called the Apocryphal Gospels, because those weren't considered to be Canaan. Those weren't considered to be a part of the teachings of early Christianity. So what was chosen as Canaan was not done by the Council of Nicaea, but when the Canaan was really at least initially formalized, or at least an attempt at formalizing it, would have been the Council of Nicaea with 20 books rather than 27. Now there was, I think it was the Canaan of Trent at the Council of Rome in the 380s AD, where I think they added, I don't know if that's when they got all 27 or if they just added more to it. But even today, Christians can't agree on really what is Canaan and what's not. I don't think, I would say that there is an establishment there that generally the 27 books of the New Testament are considered widely to be the Canaan, but there are still some differences that different denominations or sects of Christianity disagree on, even to today. So, I mean, Martin Luther would be one of the biggest ones who disagreed with the Catholic traditions, which is why he started Protestantism. He protested the ways that the Catholic Church taught Christian doctrine, and that's what gave rise to Protestant.
Yeah, I thought the whole dispute was between, all these books of the Bible were written over a period of time, and that event that you guys were talking about, that's where they all got coalesced and compiled into one compendium.
And the reason I got upset in that stream is because
answer my question.
Yeah.
What am I missing though? I thought the argument you guys were having on Twitter was that you were talking about when all the different books of the Bible were written over time, but that there was a point in time when they were compiled and collated into one compendium. When that wasn't the Council of Nicaea. When was that?
That would have been Saint Jerome, and it's somewhere around 400 AD. It's when he took the 39 books that we consider the Old Testament, the 27 that we currently consider the New Testament, and compiled them, like you said, into one compendium that eventually went on to become what we call the Holy Bible.
Yeah,
okay,
I stuck my
I
stuck my foot in my mouth because in the stream I backed it up, and because I'd studied the Council of Nicaea. Probably about 8 years ago, I was having this big Facebook back and forth with one of my friends and he was into all the conspiracy theories, but it was so long ago. Like I just I backed you up, and as soon as I got out of the stream, I was like, you know what, I need to really go and look at that. And actually, yeah, the actual, as far as I understand, the book that we read today came later than that actual council. But and the argument is though, sure, they had the scripts and the text, but it wasn't the Bible that we read today, and I think that's what you were trying to convey. But I was totally wrong, and then people were quick to comment, and I'm like, CJ was just begging for a modern day debate about it, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold up, bro, I got to look into this because it's been a while.
yeah. Well, and that's just it. So now I realize, now that Leo came in and owned his fuck up, I realized that I fucked up on Twitter too then, because I thought the whole thing was about, I didn't know when it was. I was just kind of thinking that you didn't misspeak. And I thought CJ's whole thing was that he was trying to say, well, no, it couldn't have been created then because all these books were written over time and created then. And then I thought that you were right because when on an equivocation of created, because like the books could have been created individually, but then the Bible was created later, just not the time.
Mm-hmm.
You were
and
saying,
the thing that
that coalescing or that collating together, that could be considered creating the Bible as well in those books.
I would like to speak.
Well, there's another point that I want to make quick about the Twitter exchange is that and what CJ was missing, what he said was not incorrect. It just missed the point that I was making, that he was talking about Origen, who originally compiled what are now the 27 books considered to be the New Testament. But that's just a New Testament, not the Holy Bible, which also includes the Old Testament. And then later, St. Jerome took those 27 books originally compiled by Origen and the 39 books that were considered to be the Old Testament into one compendium that is now the Holy Bible.
Okay. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. I made like three videos on this very early on in my channel. And I'm going to redo it because I don't really like it. And I think all three of them can go into one video. But all of that aside, the Council of Nicaea did not answer the question of the Bible. The Council of Nicaea only answered the question of the Trinity. Christians
and Christian doctrine.
Christians don't even know their own fucking history because the fucking Ark Park says that the Bible was decided in the Council of Nicaea. This is the fucking Ark Park saying this. So, no, it answered the question of the Trinity. Now, knock. To your question about what the fucking Trinity was. I used to be a Trinitarian, I guess you could say, even though it really didn't make much sense to me. Okay. So, basically, it's three gods in one. And it was like explained to me this way. my father is my dad, is a son, is a father, and is a grandfather, you know. So he makes those, he fulfills those three roles: son, father, grandfather. But the point they're missing, and this is an important point, the point they're missing is that he is not his own father, which is exactly what the Trinity is saying. The Trinity is saying that Yahweh and Jesus are the same person, but Yahweh is somehow Jesus' father. And that's what they're missing.
Gary's shaking his head at that. He's a pitcher on the mound shaking that sign off. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, never mind.
No, so it's all right. If you guys want to continue talking, it's fine.
No, I just wanted to add in really.
I want to hear why you were shaking your head.
I just wanted to add in really, really quickly that depending
Trinitarianism. Hold on. I already said I wanted to hear from Gary. Hold on. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay. God is Father in heaven. Jesus is God incarnate. The Holy Spirit is the messenger between the two. There you go. That's as simplistic as it can get.
Well, but I mean, don't you see Lisa's point? Because God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. Mm-hmm. So supposedly God is Jesus' father, right?
Well, I'm not Trinitarian, but as far as I understand the doctrine, no, it's that Jesus is God made flesh. So he's not necessarily his son. He's his son in the way that Adam is. That we're always somebody's literally like he implanted it into Mary to give birth. The whole point, and the thing is, the Holy Spirit is a communion between God and man. Because again, we can't directly talk to God. If we could, then this whole great debate thing would be a lot more easy to prove. Yes, but again, if you read Augustine's teachings on these subjects, again, and he's a lot smarter guy than I am. Again, I don't claim to be any sort of expert on Trinitarian doctrine, but I claim to. I've read some of the stuff on it. And again, I've read Augustine, and he said that it's about the communion, the difference, the communion between man and God. That Jesus was communicating God's message on earth, and God and the Holy Spirit is the communion between that we now have as beings on earth. So basically, Jesus was on earth to communicate his message to us. The Holy Ghost is the messenger between, is the go between now, and God is ever present there now. So that's what it is.
Yeah, but if Jesus is God on earth, then who's in fucking heaven? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean, like, as is God incarnate, is God's essence on earth. He's not literally God. He's not literally Elohim on earth.
You're not getting the question.
Okay, maybe not. Okay.
You're saying Jesus was God on earth. I get that. Okay. But if God is on earth, who is in fucking heaven?
Okay, but you're thinking of it in, let's say, for example, in Greek myth terms, where like Zeus would rock up as a golden shower to ravish some maiden. No, that's not what it is. What it is that the essence of God had entered into a human body. Because again, this is a very Jewish idea. But the Jewish idea is that God can create a man devoid of the devoid of sin. That's the whole point of Jesus. That devoid of human feelings, as it were. I mean, again, like it depends. It depends how close you are to that doctrine. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not a Trinitarian, so again, I'm not arguing the position I hold. I'm just telling you what the position is.
Mm-hmm. Are you Eastern Orthodox?
No, I'm a Quaker. I don't believe we're Trinitarians, as far as I understand.
You're a Quaker?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that. How are you online?
No, we're not flaming. What is the guys?
No, I think those are the Mennonites.
Yeah, but we're not against technology.
Mennonites and Quakers. I thought Quakers were.
I thought Quakerism was just more about like a lot of. I'm not even going to try to know what it is.
What were you trying to say before it, Leo? You said
what I was going to say was that understanding Trinitarianism is difficult because there are so many different. Like modalism is often claimed more so by evangelical Protestants to not be a version of Trinitarianism, even though technically it is, because it acknowledges the divinity of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. It just doesn't argue as bare Trinitarianism does that they are three separate persons, which by the definition of the word person, at least, and this all comes down to the particular ways in which somebody wants to translate it, would be three separate beings, because a person can I think that the definition of person is pretty clear cut. A person is a person. If you've got three separate persons here, that's three separate beings. And modalism, as I understand it, was more sort of I guess an early form of Trinitarianism. I think it's taken more by like Eastern Orthodox Christians and even some Catholics, where God is one being that can be expressed in three different modes, in much the same way that I am a singular human being, a singular person, but I can express myself as one, a brother, since I have a sister, two, a son, since I have a mother, and three, an uncle, since I have a nephew. So that's three modes, three separate modes through which I can express my singular personhood. And that's essentially what modalism.
I see the analogy, but I mean, you're still the same person, though.
Well, yeah, that's what modalism is.
Despite the different totals or the different titles that people would call you in your life. Hey, speaking of bare Trinitarianism, I think Knox's been trying to get in, and he's the bear.
I can't even really pay attention. This shit's driving me fucking crazy.
Okay,
I have a question though. Like, so before Jesus, did the Jews go around saying the Father and the Holy Ghost? Was there a Holy Ghost? Was there only two? So was it not a Trinity but a duality?
No. The Jews only believe in one God. Deuteronomy, behold, O Israel, the Lord your God is one God, period. They don't believe in the Holy Spirit. They don't believe in Jesus. They don't believe in anything but God. Now, I have done research on this, and I have not done a video on it yet. But the Trinity, the idea of the Trinity actually comes from paganism, and Christians, I don't fucking care if you think that it comes from paganism or not, because it did. Basically, Christianity is just reworked paganism. That's all it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Wait, what? That's being challenged? I don't think I heard it.
Lisa was saying that Christianity is reworked paganism, but it isn't.
It's not considered to be by the historians. It's about the most I could comment to that.
It's Reformed Judaism. That's what it is. Now there are some aspects of paganism in it, like for example, the Christmas tree and stuff like that, and the bunnies and stuff like that. I agree with that. The celebrations co-opted it when they moved over.
Yes.
Do you understand that Judaism comes from the indigenous Canaanite religions?
Yes, but Christianity doesn't.
But he just said Christianity is Reformed Judaism.
Yes.
So it's still fucking paganism, no matter how.
Judaism came from paganistic traditions, but itself was not pagan.
So anyway, getting back to the Trinity. Like I said, I have done some research on this, and I have not done any videos on it yet. Because I have a lot of backlog of videos that I want to do, and I'm never going to get done with everything. But I am going to get Knock, would you please mute?
I can't even hear most of what's coming from.
I don't. I can hear some bits and pieces of it.
So anyway, basically what happened was the Trinity was borrowed. Well, not, it was borrowed with a twist from paganism. Okay, it came from the triple goddess. And the triple goddess is personified by the crescent moon, the full moon, and the waning moon. And the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Okay, and so to make Christianity more palatable to the pagans, the Christians borrowed the triple goddess and put their own twist on it. Instead of the triple goddess, it is now the triple god. And instead of the maiden, the mother, and the crone, it is now this nebulous whatever that nobody can understand, because apparently nobody can understand God, which is just fucking nonsense. But
so, I just want, so just going back to when Gary was speaking, I mean, I still don't understand. Like you say, you're not a Trinitarian, but you seem to have an understanding, or I don't know, because I'm a little lost by what you said, because you're saying that God was man incarnate on the earth, but then it also, like I pointed out to you, it says that they were in the Bible. It refers to Jesus as God's
flesh.
What's that?
The word made flesh.
No, I'm saying I understand what you're saying. I know. I don't know what the scriptures are specifically, but yeah, it talks about how Jesus is God. God in the flesh on earth, but it also refers to him as the Son of God.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that's where the incoherence is, and that's why Lisa was saying, "Well, wait a minute. If he's God, if Jesus is God, and Jesus was God on earth, then what? God took a little piece of himself and threw it down to earth to be Jesus, or is it his son, or is it a part of him, or just a manifestation of his omnipotence? Like what is it?"
It's a part of his. It will. Again, there is a Christian doctrine that says that it was basically his essence, that he transferred his essence into being a human being. In the same way that he breathed, well, again, if you believe in this thing, like breathed into Adam, this is more of a direct impregnation of Mary, not personally, but as I said, that the communication between him and the Holy Ghost impregnated Mary with Jesus. And again, Jesus was his personification on earth. It wasn't literally him. It wasn't literally Elohim. It was it was an extension of him. So in the same way, as I said, as Leo was saying before, in the same way that when you have children, you become a father. On a certain point, you weren't a father, but now you are. Is the same way as this, that he's still God, but now he has this personification to do what he feels like people should be on earth.
Well, right. I mean, but the reason I don't like that analogy, but I understand the point that Leo was trying to make. But the reason I don't like that analogy is, yes, Leo is all those things. He's a son, a brother, a uncle. Okay, but he's the same being in the same place at all times. He's not in this ethereal place called heaven plus on earth. I mean, that's where it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, and Puff, you haven't even got in here yet. What do you think of all this nonsense? Are you even here, Puff? Guess not. So that's where I'm lost on it. That's where my mind kind of goes askew. I mean, it seems like an incoherent proposition, and Leo touched on it earlier, when he mentioned that there's many different interpretations of the Trinity as well.
Yes. And I just wanted...
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say really quick, John, the questions that you've been asking in a discussion that we're having has been had since Christianity was founded. So if anybody's still confused, you're definitely not alone.
Okay. That makes sense.
Well, real quick, it takes me forever to unmute everything. That's like the most laughable thing to me, Leo, and I've said it a couple times when I've covered this. I kind of joke when I say I don't understand the Trinity. I do. It's just, to me, it's not coherent. And you would think that, if Jesus was God in whatever carnation God had decided, that God and Jesus at the time would have fucking decided this goddamn issue. We wouldn't be talking about it 2,000 fucking years later. All right, so I'm going to unmute as they go insane upstairs, or mute again. So it takes me like 2 minutes to unmute, so I'm not going to do it until they're fucking done. I'll probably be quiet. But feel free to come in. We have 4 spots open. Feel free to come in.
Yeah, and
Sorry, Rage.
critical Cripple brings up a very interesting point in the side chat. He says, referring to when Jesus was hanging from the cross, so Jesus was asking himself why he has forsaken himself. Why hast thou forsaken me? Was he talking to himself when he said that?
Or when he was, I think, what was it, in the garden and he was praying? Was he just, having a conversation with himself the whole time?
Yeah. You see what we're saying, Gary?
But it'd be like, well, when you become a human being, you get chromosomes from both, don't you? From both your mother or your father. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
He was a different being, but he still retained the essence of God in him. Yeah, so I'm sure you both have aspects of your mother and your father in you, Maybe your blue eyes that you got from your mum, maybe your dad, like for me.
Right.
I've got my blue eyes from my dad, and I've got my dark hair from my mum, Those are the aspects.
All right, so say I never left Christianity. And I'm a devout Christian to this day. Tomorrow I go out for my morning walk and I have a heart attack and drop dead. I find myself in heaven. Am I going to see 2 different beings standing there? Am I going to see God and see Jesus? Or, God, Jesus supposedly ascended. Did he get absorbed back into God's being, or is there 2 of them up there now?
Well, the doctrine is, it depends on which doctrine you go with. Again, the doctrine that most Christians follow is that Jesus is on your defense side, if you will. Take this as a basic quote. So basically, the devil or evil incarnate, how you want to say this. Jesus is there giving your defense. So basically saying, look at all the good things he does. He's done all these things that I've taken ownership of. That's what Jesus is there for. That's a particular doctrine. Now, it's a doctrine that I kind of believe in, but not to that extent. But again, this is a doctrine that a lot of Christians I have spoken to, and I'm not talking about the smoking Satan type. I'm talking about the more reasonable kind. Because the thing is with smoking Satan, and I'll say this now: the Trinity is not a salvation issue. Well, should not be anyway. I don't believe it is anyway.
Oh boy, Smokey will go hard at you for saying that.
Oh, Smokey doesn't like me anyway. Did you not see me on his channel the other week?
Oh yeah, you triggered the fuck out of him.
Exactly.
It's not hard to do.
Well, and then I forget what it was that. Well, that's at the beginning of the stream now. Every time that Knock plays in his opening there,
yeah.
For some odd reason said to you, "Well, I'm not banging boys in the butt." Like,
Gary, you got to put that into context. What was he talking about when he said that? I got to know.
Oh, it was talking about the fact that we're talking about sins, and he says, "Well, I don't commit the sins of banging boys in the butt." I don't know why he went there, and I'm not going to allude to why I think he went there, but you can all speculate in your mind.
Yeah, who knows? the little video that John and Knock were reviewing at the beginning, Brian, I'm not necessarily switch the topic, but there were a couple points I wanted to make that John did I think already made them pretty well, but that Smokey absolutely hates it when he receives, or it's really him and Nicholas. Like those two are I don't know if they're buddies or if maybe they're butt buddies. I don't know, but if either of those two are attacked, Smokey himself or Nicholas, in any way, even if it's like constructive criticism, Smokey goes on the defense hardcore, but he rails like they are somehow, I guess, immune from criticism, but then all he does is criticize everybody else. And if somebody, jokes about them or hurls insults at them, that's the worst thing in the world, but he's free to call people degenerates and trash clowns and pedophiles and retards and all this other stuff. And he gets angry when people insinuate that Nicholas might be gay, but then he's free to insinuate that other people are pedophiles, which is significantly worse because there isn't anything wrong with being gay, but there's definitely something wrong with being a pedophile. So it's just hypocrisy on top of hypocrisy on top of hypocrisy. And I think it's just fucking hilarious. I don't understand how somebody, but see, that's the problem with Smokey, is that he literally just thinks he's just the big swinging dick in the room. He's better than everybody else in every other way. He can say what he wants, but don't you fucking dare say anything back. He can criticize you however he wants, but don't you dare offer criticism back.
We got it. All right. So welcome, Richard. Welcome, Ronan. Welcome, Tioga. So I need to talk for a couple minutes. Right, we got 9 people in the room. So
Toga's here.
Huh?
I said Toga's here.
Toga?
Yeah, Toga. Tioga. I call her Toga.
All right. Yeah, so we got to go to the private chat, put the hands up. And so here's the way it works now. All right, you put your hand up to get in line on the list, boom, 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 right down the line. But Messenger came up with a great idea last week or the week before. If there's a particular person in the room that you want to have a one-on-one with, type the word hand and in parentheses, put that person's name. Now, when we get a one-on-one going, which we had a few of those last time I was here that were, very fruitful. If you are here, but you're not part of that one-on-one, if you have a point you'd like to make in that discussion, put your hand up in the chat and put an asterisk next to it. And then you will be able to, I will get you in. I will get you in. Yeah, somebody either backed up or the microwave went on. So
it was the microwave. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're all right. I'm just glad it wasn't somebody backing up and running somebody over. But look, yeah, and then so you put the hand up, put an asterisk next to it, and then I know you want to make a comment on the one-on-one that's going on. If somebody wants to have a one-on-one with somebody, we're going to let that develop a little bit. And then, people that put the asterisk next to the word hand can come in and make a comment and, make a brief comment, like 30 seconds or something like that. But, we won't let the one-on-one go for, an hour, but we can let it go for 5-10 minutes or something like that if you have an issue to work out. But right now, we need a topic. So we got 7 of you that came in here besides me and Knock. It is bring a topic. Was there any specific topic anybody wanted to bring up? Just whoever speaks first.
Not really a topic, but I just to mention it. I had a debate with Artangelo today on agree to disagree. That went very well, actually. I think I definitely did better. It was abiogenesis versus intelligent design, the second debate of that subject that me and him have had. I think I definitely did better than I did the first time. But I also didn't drop out, so just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, it's I saw the tweet and I commented on the tweet or I retweeted it and then I forgot all about it because I was busy doing stuff. But yeah, that's an interesting topic because both of those things are not proven.
No.
I would like to discuss reconciling the mind and reality.
Wait, what?
I'd like to make my presentation, please.
Yes, go ahead, Ronan.
Yes. We are a young species with higher order thinking skills. the statement does not include that we came with instructions or pre-programmed. The only programming we have came from nature, animal behavior, to conquer, to have our own group of hunters to go out there and survive wherever. And we base our behaviors on that. We conquered others, we beat them into submission, right? And obviously promote our idea as the best. I'm talking, history, human behavior, human dynamics. And early on, right, because man, curiosity-wise, we're still the same species. We're all just as smart. We're all just as capable of learning. It's just where we were all situated, right, that contributed to our knowledge overall. But the point being is that early on, there's always that question, where did I come from? What are we doing here? What is the purpose of life? Okay, other animals, they just exist. They just exist. Whatever behavior that is, okay, they don't think about those things. We do. The difference is that we didn't know, so what we did was substitute something for that ignorance, and they call it faith in Christian religion. Yes, faith is an emotion, right? Hebrews 11:1 supports that. The word hope is in there, and hope is a feeling. I'm just basing it because it's a common thread through every religion. I'm just using Christianity because that's what I'm familiar with, okay? Right, it's congruent. It's all congruent, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the difference is I have been approaching Christians and I've asked them, do you know the difference between the mind, e.g. God, and reality, the now? And they're perplexed, or they argue, or they don't know, or however that goes, right? But I, myself, I can reconcile, that's just part of what we didn't know. And like a little child, we were developing these stories on how to explain everything. And then our particular group just happened to be more powerful than your particular group. So our God is the boss. And there's many gods, you will agree, throughout history, yes? Okay, excuse me, let me finish my presentation, because that way, it's all clear and we can go back, because I'm almost there.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. So today, right now, in the now, I know, right? I can say I know, because you can't prove your God in reality, and your book says it's based on emotion, right? Okay, then it's of the mind. I accept that because we did not know, and we had to substitute something for the answer. Okay, and that's what drove our behaviors throughout history. And again, we're young, we're developing, but I want to know about atheists. Do they reconcile the difference? Do they realize the mechanics of nature, right? Biological behaviors, and something the mind created, what I want to do. The animal would say, I want to hunt that prey there, and the human being was, I want to accomplish this goal, so on and so forth. But do you understand that there's a difference, and that the other side is basing everything they say on imagination, because that's what all that text says to me, that it's based on the imagination. This is what our rules are, and they're not changing, and that's the problem in society. I yield.
Well, and just to explain what's going on. So, yeah, when I said we need a topic, I said whoever speaks up first, boom, boom. I know there's hands up in the chat, and we will, get to Richard. Richard said that he had something he wanted to discuss with Gary and Lisa, and we will get to that. But Leo had put his hand up to, I think, address what Ronan was just saying.
Yeah, so the one point that I wanted to make firstly is we actually don't know if there are other animals that have some level of perception of reality and ask questions like, who am I? What am I doing here? What is this? Just as we do. It's likely, but we haven't really run the same type of psychological tests on, say, other ape species or other species with significantly higher order cognitive functions that would be close to, if not at the level that humans have, like, say, dolphins or elephants. I even think that there may be some species of cats and dogs that are starting to get close to that. So in terms of that, we are the only ones here that can ask those kinds of questions is not something I would think that most professionals would say we definitively know. In terms of this distinction between mind and reality, is there any way you could extrapolate on that a little more? I don't exactly know what you mean when you say that.
Well, I think if you're real quick, because I was going to ask him about the same thing, is that, I wanted to make sure I heard him right. When you are speaking of the mind, you're speaking of the mind of God, correct?
No. The mind, what we can think in a combination of logic and emotions. The mind, right? What the operative mechanism, the mind. Well, the brain is the mechanism, and the mind is what it produces, and the mind is what we control. Well, with whatever we do, right? Our basic profile, DNA profiles, right? Who we are, background, and nature and nurture. But the mind, I could say something from the mind, right? I can make a statement in science, and you, another mind, would consider it, and if you know what I'm talking about, you would agree or disagree, and we'd have that discussion, right? But we can prove it in reality, the now. Yes, we can prove that. But if another person is saying, well, my God, and I would ask, well, your God doesn't really have much control if you look at this outcome, and the peace is only an instant in time that goes to a memory. But we're always, in conflict. We have to eat, we have to work, we have to do all of these things to struggle, so to speak, in life, to exist. Yes? So I'm saying, okay, in reality, I'm thinking, well, I got to do this job and I'll get paid. Maybe I'll see my girlfriend this weekend. And that's all in the mind. But the reality is I work, physically do something, right? Teach a class. Right? And then I get paid and I go home and I go see the girlfriend and so on and so forth. But that reality happens later. But the mind can happen at any time. And I can say from the mind, I have this idol, God, whatever that is. And I go by the rules that my tribe established early on, because that's all I know, right? That's all I was introduced to. Had I been born in a Muslim country or a Jewish nation, or I was born in America, so basically I was introduced to Christianity. But they too have their standards of the mind, because they cannot prove their God. They write stories about it and say, okay, this is what we will do, right? Morals, for example. Morals become law. That's the way, because feelings come first. Right, in existence. Feeling comes first, and then logic works with that. So if I establish, something, I take over a country, right? My morals will dictate the laws imposed on those people, and it's congruent throughout history.
Let me just jump in here, just because we don't want to get too far afield, because you're kind of throwing a lot of ideas out there, and I want to give people a chance to comment on it before we have big pile of ideas. But I believe you started out this your treatise here with you, and correct me if I'm wrong on the wording you used, but you said you wanted to talk about reconciling the mind and reality.
No, I was asking, can I reconcile the mind and reality, like E.G., right? E.G. That's why I say E.G. God. It could be anything. E.G. anything, right? Okay. Of the mind. E.G. music. Okay. How do you reconcile music? The mind. No, the mind. Music. I'm going to say music and say, well, I can play a piano, right? And then the reality is, well, let's hear you play it. Well, I can't play it. Well, that was of the mind then, wasn't it? You were just dreaming that you were a good pianist, but you cannot prove it in reality. Is that true? Yes.
Well, right. I mean, it's just like, the old joke. The guy goes to get surgery on his arm, and he asks the doc if he'll be able to play the violin after the operation. Well, did you play the violin before? Well, no. But anyway, so Leo,
good joke. I mean, it's a good joke.
Yeah. But did that answer your question what he was saying? Before.
No. The question is, can you reconcile it? You, anyone? I understand
I
that
still don't know what you mean.
two different things.
Well, no, Ronan. I was asking Leo because he had asked you to expound on a certain point, and I was just asking Leo if did you clarify?
I don't.
Well, if you could repeat.
I don't know what he means when he says reconcile the mind with reality. I don't think that's something that objectively needs to be done. But I also take a hard atheist and strict naturalist view of reality. The mind is just an aspect of reality. It's a result of the electrochemical processes occurring globally in the brain. And by globally, I mean that the consciousness is not centered to one part or a couple of parts in the brain. It's global. It's all over the brain and everything that it does. So I don't.
Okay.
We
got three other people that wanted to address Ronan. Lisa's first, then Richard, then Gary. But go ahead, Lisa.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I've got 3 things, so I'm going to try to make them quick. First of all, religion is an emergent property of the brain. So we would have gotten religion no matter what. That's just how it turned out. As much as anti-theists and sometimes even atheists rail against religion, that's just how it turned out. And, if we had developed another way, it may have turned out another way. But as it stands, religion is an emergent property of the human brain. Now,
I don't think religion's an emergent property, though, Lisa. I mean, it's a product. It's a product of the brain, but it's not an emergent property.
I think what she means is that religions are an inherent aspect that emerged out of the fact that we are a highly social species that at one point had a very, very limited and rudimentary understanding of reality. And so that
could have manifested itself in other ways besides religion. I don't think religion, human beings come and go, religion is necessarily an inevitability. It is what happened. So that's why we think we want to think it was inevitable, but it is not necessarily inevitable. That's why I say I don't think it's an emergent property, as if human minds had to come up with religion. That's just
I did want to share, just out of, if anybody's interested, a Discover magazine article there that talks about how the human brain did in some ways actually evolve to believe that they say in God.
But go ahead, Lisa, you continue.
Supernatural.
You said you had 2 other points, so go ahead.
Yeah. So the second point I wanted to bring up is there are we do have evidence that there are other species that are at least self-aware. Now, how self-aware, we aren't sure, but we do know that there are other species, such as chimpanzees, who are self-aware. And the third thing I wanted to bring up was the mind brain. And this is something that, unless you've actually studied psychology, you probably don't know. So I don't blame anybody for not knowing this, but the mind is imprinted on the brain. There is no difference between the mind and the brain, except that the mind is you can kind of think of the brain as the hardware of the computer and the mind as the software.
Exactly.
So you can't separate the two.
Well, you can't.
I got to disagree a little bit. I believe in. I believe that the mind is part of the brain, but I did some research into this, and this is up for debate. Science can't prove it either way. Dualists could be right. Dualists believe that the mind and brain are separate. I haven't found any scientific data to say, hey, we can prove one or the other.
I can cite you.
The other thing that I was going to add to what Lisa had said is that that the mind is of the brain, but the brain is not only the mind. I mean, the brain does many other things that you're not even aware of in your conscious mind. So To say that they're equatable to one another, just that's not right.
No, that's not what I said. I said the mind was imprinted on the brain. I did not say anything about the brain being imprinted on the mind.
No, well, first of all, you didn't even use the word imprinted in your first statement. You said that, but you said that the brain and the mind are the same thing. That's what I was thinking.
No, they aren't. Like I said, you can think of it as a computer. You can think of it as the brain being the hardware of the computer and the mind being the software of the computer. But without the brain, you can't have the mind.
Exactly.
But you can have the brain without a mind, like when you have people who are in a coma.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay.
And Richard wanted to respond to Ronan. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, real quick, Richard. If you guys don't hear from me in a while, I'm going upstairs to kick their ass. So I'll be right back. I kid.
Be nice. Be nice.
I mean, it is a little after 8 there.
I hope he doesn't kick anybody's ass. But go ahead, Richard. You're muted.
To Lisa's point, in amputations, oftentimes the amputee will imprint the missing member onto some other part of their body, and that will be associated to a specific part of the brain. So this imprinting thing, I think that's what she's trying, not to speak for her at all, but I think that's what she's referring to.
Jesus, I didn't even know people had their members amputated.
Well, Jews have a little bit, maybe a tenth of it. But anyway.
I think he's talking about phantom limb syndrome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting.
I was just being an asshole like I usually am. But what do you want to address Ronan with, Richard?
The word imagination was used to describe, I think you're talking about false positives. Can I get a quick yes, no?
I don't understand. Excuse me. I don't understand what you mean by false positive.
You said the imagination created religion.
Well, yes, because the mind obviously molds according to the person or animal thinking, right? So human beings, we still have that question. Yes, where did we come from? So being a human being like they were human beings, we think alike. So the point being is I understand that they wondered, where did we get here? How do we explain this? Something had to have created it. So that would be a God. That's how man developed things. Before there was a so-called gods, there was a thing called animism. It's from anthropology. It's called animism, where the people believed like the tree had a spirit or the water had, like the American Indians used to believe that, and Japan, people from Japan also, this had the spirit of that.
How many countries are you from?
I'm studied. I studied here in America.
You're going to explain to me Native American religion?
Well, yes, because I read into that.
You read into it quite a bit as a very white person.
I said anthropology. I
think anthropology is also read into it quite a bit.
I studied into that because I wondered, where did religion come from? And this is decades ago. And it's like, okay, before that, what was before that? And I'm still curious, right? So I have that information. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying this is the information I've gathered.
And I've looked into
it. And then I can make a statement based on the information.
I've looked into it as well. And I believe that animism probably was the first religion. We have I think it was 150,000 years ago. Maybe I have the date wrong, but we have a statue depicting an animal type god. So yeah, I've kind of done the same thing, Ronan, where I've been fascinated, like what's the first, and prehistory's kind of diluted, so it's we're learning more about it as we go, but it is a fascinating subject. So I wanted to kind of back you up there on the whole animism thing.
Well, yeah. Well, we're almost at the point where we can triangulate everything going back and be just as accurate as making predictions going forward, right? Because this is social dynamics, human behavior. I believe we have enough history to basically start saying, okay, this post here, this point here, and develop the model. Filling it in is the difficult part, but we can extrapolate either way, back or forward, with what we know now, I believe, because this is what I've deduced, right? And the imagination is like, man, I'm hungry. That's the mind. Are you eating in reality? No. My God, is that from your mind? Yes. Can you put it in reality? No. But I can put that meal in front of me in reality because I was hungry. And I went and I found it in reality. The difference is the reality.
Oh, okay. I actually had a question.
Wait. It's still, I don't know who else was speaking, but Richard.
I never asked my question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You still have your time.
My apologies.
Ronan, if I could ask you a question. What do you consider to be evidence of non-local things?
Okay, this word set that you have, I'm not familiar with. Could you just repeat that again, please?
If something is not directly in front of you, what evidence would you accept that it existed?
Reasoning, because I've seen it before, or I know of it. It's like I'm not an infant. I know. I'm old enough to know that much to take certain steps to accomplish X, whatever that is. If I was a child, I would not know. So it's reasoning. I reason because of my imagination. Again, memory, right? Memory is part of imagination, right? So I memorize these things because I know where to go to get something, X, whatever that is. Yes? But the more I know, right, the more I can imagine, right? If I know, okay, this is classic to me, right? If I know, if I hold this character, an evangelist, and it makes me millions, and I have 3 jets to prove it, do you think after I realize that there's a difference and I can't prove a God, that I would abandon my position and all those jets and all that money? No,
there are definitely nefarious. There are definitely nefarious reasons for people to do all kinds of things, but it really wasn't what I was asking.
Well, the thing is, I am not held to that standard. Christians are. Christians are. The people that are in religions are to be held to that standard, and they're the ones that break those rules the most.
That's fine. Okay? That's absolutely fine. Could I go back to the topic we were talking about?
Please.
Would you? Do you accept valid?
Go ahead, please, Richard. Go ahead and make this your wrap up with him because Gary's waiting to get in and Puff's waiting to get in. So go ahead, Richard.
Do you consider information that is plausible in reality as evidence to things you cannot see?
Depends.
For instance, I'm sure you've never seen
it depends on what that thing is. That's just it.
I've seen it.
Can I find it in reality or not? If it's just imagination, it's fine. The Millennium Falcon, is it real? No, but it's in a movie, and it's real to some people.
Okay, I'm going to take that as not serious. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Gary.
Would you like me to drop out so somebody can come in, please?
Well, no, Gary, I think wanted to address you. Go ahead, Gary.
Oh, okay.
You're muted, Gary.
Oh, sorry, mate. Rookie mistake. But I wanted to say, I wanted to ask, you are aware there are things that we cannot perceive with the human eye.
Yeah.
So could we not arrive them through inference and other factors? Like one could arrive at God through inference, through, let's say, philosophy, or in looking at the way nature works and come for it that way. Is that not a reasonable position to hold? That one could look at the way that reality works as a whole and regard that there must be a creator of some kind, even if you don't consider it to be a god of a particular religion. And if it's, let's say, a deistic god, like the one of pain or something like that, would that not be a reasonable conclusion somebody can reach given the available evidence. See that we don't have a hard answer.
Well, I think that's what he's saying, though, is like, the ancient people, they looked around, they saw these things, they saw nature, they imagined a creator. Whether that, you say conclude, I say imagine. I think it's pretty much the same thing. In regards to the argument that Ronan's put forward, I haven't really taken a side yet because I can't concentrate because of what's going on upstairs.
You didn't kill them, did you, Knock?
Let me unmute again. No, I didn't go upstairs. I was just joking. I'm about to start banging. I don't know. I mean, I'm losing my mind. All right, I'm gonna mute again.
All right, and Gary, real quick, the thing I wanted to comment on is, you said, can you know that there's things that you can't see with your eyes, but we have more perceptions than just our eyes. I mean, we don't see oxygen, but yet we have other means by which to conclude and to prove that there is oxygen in the air, and we breathe it in and breathe it out.
No. What I mean by that is that there, like, for example, all right, there's colours on the colour spectrum that with the human eye we cannot see. We literally cannot see them. We can't perceive them, but they exist.
Right. How do we know they exist? How do we know they exist?
Because we've done testing. Again. This is where
right. That's my point. Is all the things you're talking about that we can't see with our eyes that we know are there is because we were able to suss that out with other abilities that we have, and through other means of gathering data besides just eyesight. But but has anybody ever had any empirical data to show that there was a God?
I think Gary was speaking more like philosophical inference versus scientific. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. So like someone could look at Kant or look at the arguments provided, like, as I said, by Paine or somebody who's a deist. That doesn't have to necessarily be not devoted to a particular religion, or Voltaire, for example, and use their arguments to arrive at just a non-interventionist creator. Like one, maybe that. I mean, I believe personally in not the non-interventionist creator, but I believe one that created the multiverse. So, which is, given the available information we have, seems more likely than not to be the case. Now, again, somebody could go along and tell me that opinion I have is incorrect. But again, is it not a reasonable inference to get, given the information we have? That all the other ones I find to be rather disappointing and just not convincing for me personally.
Ronan, I think he wants a response from you, but real quick before you respond. No, I did not skip over Puff. We are still back before Leo put the link in the private chat from when Richard and Gary had put their hands up to address Ronan. You're next, Puff. But go ahead, Ronan.
Simply, the mind is operating, and it decides to make whatever choice it makes. Some people are more influenced by science, and some people are more influenced by God, right? And
those are not two conflicted things.
Basically, it works in combination, like a spinning coin. You got two sides of it, but the edge is the reality. Okay, it is, again, the mind and reality, right? It's two different things. But God and your emotion, what is it? Your left brain is logic, your right brain is emotions, and that's spinning around, and that basically is the horsepower of the brain is the mind, and how you apply it is up to you to do. I believe that's through the pineal gland, but we're getting technical, so I don't want to go there. Right, so that's how that functions. I look at it as a motor. It's like, oh, okay, so this is what it will do. But I have to obviously engage in reality. Am I hungry? Right? Am I sleepy? Right? Or am I happy? Or what's going on? I have to interact with reality. And the mind, when I get to rest, tries to plan ahead. Well, if I do this, or I do that, or I study this, or study that, and it happens in the reality, the now. But again, the mind can have something, a memory. They were brought up in a specific tradition, and that's basically the majority of people that will behave that way will base their behaviors on that tradition. Okay, that's just animal behavior if you want to get kind of direct about it. But to me, again, it's two different things. I'm talking to you right now in reality. My mind later will probably say, oh man, you missed it there, or you could have done this, or you could have done that. No, I don't second guess. Myself, I accept it as I'm going to say exactly what comes to mind. There's no planning on my part. And where I share with you is like, this is how I perceive things. I'm not reading it from somebody else. I've already read somebody else, a lot of somebody else's. And I'm saying, oh, okay, if I put this part together or this part together, oh, it's two different things, because the Bible says so, right? It's emotion. Faith is an emotion. The word hope is in Hebrews 11:1. And I'm saying, okay, if that's the standard established by society, okay, let's use this, put it in a model, and say, oh, okay, no, it's an emotion. Because
and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no, please.
I just did. We need to move on. And Puff, I love you, man, but I'm not slacking. When somebody puts their hand up, I write it on a notepad. And we were still back before Leo posted the link. I'm right in order. You're next. So
no, like I had offered just before I started chatting. I'll be happy to move or leave, however you call it.
Nobody's tried to get in. You're fine, bro.
No, it's because you want to bring somebody else in.
I'm saying nobody has tried to get in, so you're not keeping anybody from coming in.
Okay. Okay.
When we have a full room and somebody tries to get in, it gives me a notification on the screen. So,
okay.
You're fine to stay. I mean, if you have somewhere to go, please go. But I mean, you're fine to stay. I don't know if Puff wanted to address you, and after Puff, it's Richard, and he wanted to address me, unless there's another John in the room. But go ahead, Puff. What was it you wanted to bring to the table?
How do I sound, by the way? Okay. Good. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Silky smooth as always.
It was a brand new mic, so I just want to make sure it sounds good. So basically, like everybody just kind of like steelman in their position, the original position that Lisa laid out, basically.
Yeah, your mic is kind of going in and out, dude.
Oh, it's probably because I got it in the wrong orientation or something. I got probably in the wrong orientation or something like that.
Well, what it is like 1 second it's booming, too loud, and then the next second you're real low.
How about now?
That sounds fine right now.
Okay, so maybe I think it's got a limit cut out on it. So basically everybody's been kind of like steel manning Lisa's argument, which is kind of true. But what I wanted to expand upon, and you're like,
it's doing it again.
I'm sorry. What I wanted to expound upon was that when it was actually to address John, because he was like, humans aren't naturally inclined to think of a God or to put a God in that position, but that's actually not the case. We are actually inclined to do that. The reason being is that the conscious brain doesn't make decisions. We don't make decisions consciously. The decision is made prior to us thinking about what the decision that we want to make. The conscious brain argues with the other brain.
That's a hypothesis.
No. We've actually tested. No, we've tested it.
We haven't. I've studied that greatly.
It's actually
not a proven concept.
No,
it's not a proven concept. It's a hypothesis.
No, they did
actually been proven.
No,
yeah,
it is not.
They tested.
I've looked at studies that has not been proven. It is
I can make this easy. All I want to see is some published data from professionals in academia in the side chat on that, because I haven't seen any data that shows that that's definitive either.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. I'll go ahead and, while I'm making my point, go ahead and pull that up as well. But that is the case, is that the conscious brain, we find out about the decision, basically. Now, we can then argue a point with the unconscious brain. But we know that the conscious brain is the reasoning part, right? It's not exactly the decision-making part, because most of the decisions are made for us. without any thought being going into it.
That's you can't claim that as a fact, Puff.
Well, and
Yes,
real quick,
you can.
Puff,
I can wait a second. I can go in. I can stir everything in your brain above the. I think it's the Abdullah Oblongata, right? And you're still gonna have lung function, and your heart's gonna beat, and you're gonna be able to eat and
process of the body. That right? Yes. There are autonomic processes your brain takes care of on its own.
What I'm saying though is you can completely remove what you're saying. What I'm saying is you can completely remove the conscious brain and the body will still operate and make decisions of chewing and things like that. These are decisions that are being made, right? But also with that being the case, that we have to reason out. That's what separated us. Is believed to be one of the key things that made us different, that made us so successful, is that we were able to reason out why things happen, right? Well, until you find out the reason why things happen, and prior to the establishment of even a principled way of doing an experiment, we had to attribute some form of cause to that, right? And that cause that was attributed was, if we can't see it and something's causing it to happen and we can't stop what we can't see, it has to be beyond this universe, or not this universe, but beyond
that's the way it did manifest itself. That does not entail that had to be the only way that those set of circumstances manifested themselves. The God belief was not an inevitability, and there's no proof out there that it was. It is the case that happened, but it's not an inherent property of being human and having human.
But we don't have any civilization that was a founding civilization or a founder type of civilization.
That's not true. No, there's civilizations that have been around that have no concept of God.
They have a concept of creation beyond the natural. They have a concept of creation.
No, there has been civilizations that had no concept of God or a creator whatsoever. In fact, there was a missionary killed a few years back because he went to an island and he was preaching about God, and they didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and they killed his ass.
That's where I'm gonna use your guys' thing. Citation needed.
Well, that's something that happened in the news. Like it's. But are you?
So that's what I'm saying though. Like and it's happened. Like you'd have to cite also civilizations that had no God whatsoever, that were civilizations that are considered founding civilizations or whatever, that we actually progressed from. I have to see that. The reason being is that the ones that we all attribute, they all attributed, the we as in the, I guess you guys call it the royal sense, we had to attribute a reasoning to that. Early on, there were civilizations that attributed it earlier to natural processes than the others, but that was the attribution process, the reasoning of why does this happen. And a perfect like handheld walkthrough of that is Sophie's World. It walks you through. Holds your hand and walks you through the history of not just civilization itself, but in depth the history of Western civilization, Western philosophy. So anyway, I'll pass the mic.
All right. So real quick, Richard, what were the links you put in there? What were those in regards to?
I'm just showing that it's still up in the air. We haven't figured out.
Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you for that. Also, Leo, I'd meant to ask you a while back the link that you provided us in the private chat. Did you end up putting that in the live chat as well?
And as like the YouTube live chat?
Yeah.
No, I can.
Oh, you don't have mods?
No, I do. I didn't put it in there. It for some reason.
I did. People that were listening might be interested in it, but I don't know that for sure. All right. So look, right now we have Richard and Leo and Tioga in that order. But Richard had put in there that he wanted to engage me about something. and Leo had marked he wanted to engage Puff, I believe, on Puff, what Puff was talking about right now. Is it okay to let Leo talk to Puff for a minute, Richard, before you get to me? Richard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's cool. Okay, go ahead, Leo. You said you wanted to.
So I just typed in the question: are decisions made consciously? And I saw this article from dated April 15th, 2000. It's not an article. It's a published paper. It's in Science Daily from April 15th, 2008, and they essentially say that our decisions aren't made unconsciously. There are unconscious aspects of the human mind that lead up to the making of a decision. So, and then this one from nature.com, which references the study that Richard has already mentioned, done by Benjamin Libet. I don't know if that's Libet or Libet. I don't know what country he's from, in the 1980s. And even that study did not show that our decisions are made unconsciously, just that there are unconscious actions that lead up to the making of a decision.
Right.
And these are still, these aren't yet actually set in stone. They're more preliminary. We haven't actually proven definitively, well, not proven because science doesn't prove things. We haven't demonstrated definitively that this is indeed the case. It appears to be, but it's often referred to as the readiness potential. It's the brain getting ready to make a decision, but it hasn't.
Can I respond, because I feel that was a little bit of obfuscation and.
Well, no, but yeah, go ahead. You have absolute right to respond. Go ahead.
Okay, that exact paper. I like how you stopped before the end of the summary. Can you read the last line of the summary?
I didn't even read the summary.
Can you read the last two sentences?
Well, I mean, I can read.
Can you read the last two sentences?
I can read the whole summary, but the summary doesn't parse out the minutia of the whole thing that I read.
Right, but what does it say in the summary, which is accurate summarization of their paper?
You know what it is?
It says. When it comes to decisions, we tend to assume that they are made by our conscious mind. This is questioned by our current findings.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So in the same one where they said, yes, we can show that it sets up the conditions to make the decision. We still tend to believe that. We tend to think that assume that that's the case. But our findings are showing that that is not the case.
Okay, real quick. Wait, Leo. Wait,
never mind.
Puff. No, you can come once again, just for me and everybody else. Read those last two sentences again that you think are so definitive. Please read them again.
We tend to, when it comes to decisions, we tend to assume that they are made by our conscious mind.
The two sentences you read before that you said were definitive, that were at the end of the summary.
Yes, but when it comes to decisions, we tend to assume they are made by our conscious mind. This is questioned by our current findings.
That's the sentence. The questioned by.
And that was in 2008.
Wait a minute, but hold on. The thing is that you're reading that one way, and it can mean a bunch of different ways. Okay, questioned doesn't mean that the conclusions they came to are definitive.
Right,
it's
but
questioned by our current findings. That does not in any way state that the findings are definitive.
But by the general practice of looking for academic information or papers that would contradict these findings, the general rule is to look for something that's 7 to 10 years. Anything's older than 7 to 10 years, it's not been proven. It's pretty much, you can be pretty assured it's not been proven to be wrong or substantially proven to be questioned. There would be a paper linked to it because Science Daily does have links, citations, and everything like that. They would link the paper that
still not definitive,
respond to that.
It's still not definitive. But go ahead, Leo.
In 12 years, they would have.
The first thing, and I mean this in terms of constructive criticism, not as an attack, but this is a problem I often face with creationists. They read the abstract of something and think that it confirms what they're saying, when, as I said before you even read those sentences, it doesn't necessarily always parse out the minutia of what the paper says. Further down, I quote, "In contrast, Haynes and colleagues now show that brain activity predicts, even up to 7 seconds ahead of time, how a person is going to decide." So it's predicting how a person is going to decide, not telling them what they are going to decide or making the decision. But they also warn that the study does not finally rule out free will. Quoting from the author himself, "Our study shows that decisions are unconsciously prepared much longer ahead than previously." The fuck is this? Go away. "Our study shows that decisions are unconsciously prepared much longer ahead than previously thought. But we do not yet know where the final decision is made. We need to investigate whether a decision prepared by these brain areas can still be reversed." So as I said, this is preliminary, but it establishes nothing. And I have never heard from anybody that I know in academia that when a paper comes up, if it hasn't been proven wrong in 10 years, then they assume that it's right. To my knowledge, and I don't know if anybody in here actually has a master's or a PhD that's done research, has potentially published, that might be able to actually answer. But to my knowledge, and not to sound conceited, but I've sat down and asked these exact questions with many a professional, many an academic professional. That's just not how academia works. There can be numerous papers that come out that are then retracted. There can be papers that come out and there's nothing addressed, but they still don't assume that there's any level necessarily of definitiveness in these papers.
Right.
It's a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? Nuanced. It's a lot more nuanced than that.
All right, very good. And so, Randolph, we're using hand up in the private chat. There's a few people ahead of you, so type the word hand in the private chat, and we'll put you in line. Richard was nice enough to let Leo go there ahead of him. Richard, the floor is yours. You wanted to address me about something?
Thank you, John. That was very professional sounding of you. I've lost track of what it was. Let's move on.
Okay. Well, DM me later if you remember.
I think if we're going to go off topic, perhaps I'd like to address the current topic if other people want to go.
Tioga's been waiting for a long time, so Tioga's next.
Yeah.
And we got you going after her, Randa.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Tioga.
Yeah, come after me, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm so confused. Like, what are we talking about? That consciousness favors religiosity. Because even if that's the case,
that was the last topic.
That doesn't make it. It makes it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No,
like I do agree that it makes it so that perhaps. I'm sorry, John. I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm done. I just.
John.
No, he wasn't saying anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like I agree that like, like our species might be inclined to do that with our consciousness, but like, is that wrong? Like, is it a bad thing, or is that something that we just do? Does it make it right that we do that inherently, like naturally? Or I guess that's all I wanted to say, was that like, even if we do that, does that mean that it's like right or wrong? Maybe that's just something that we do. Like,
but you do what though?
Oh, like
that we do.
Like our consciousness is predisposed to like religiosity. That even if it's like pagan or Christianity.
Oh,
or whatever.
Well, no. Yeah.
And that's what
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because that. Yeah, I mean that is the case, but like I think it could be something else. It could have manifested itself, in some other way than believing in God.
It could have, but it just seems like we have manifested itself, like as our species, we have manifested it in this way. So like,
yeah,
maybe that's just the way that it is. And is it right or wrong? We should probably consider that, not just consider it based on the fact that it happened.
I would refer you both to the article I linked from Discover Magazine, which cites a 2-part study indicating that it does seem that the human mind, that humans, from an evolutionary standpoint, are they tend to be inclined to believe in supernatural, have beliefs or devotions or rituals that are based in the supernatural. Whether that's particularly a god or a religion, I don't think they really confirmed. But in terms of supernatural,
It doesn't have to be real.
I mean, look, just from personal experience, I don't think it. Well, look, and from personal experience, any of the supernatural things I began my life believing, I believe I was indoctrinated by those by people that came before me, and if they had not indoctrinated me, I would not have believed in anything supernatural.
As a person with psychosis who has like
But,
hallucinations, I do think that we do this. Like humans just do this, and it's really freaky, but we do it, and it's not always right. But we should consider the fact that it happens. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where I think Ronan's coming from. Is
But so Ronan,
yeah.
You want to comment on what Tioga said? Ronan, are you still here, Ronan? You're muted.
He's AFK. It's okay.
He's here.
Oh.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah.
He's there. Ronan.
Okay. Again, the way I look at it, it's two different things. If I'm thinking about doing something and I can't get to do it, well, that's the reality. But if people who believe in a God, we are emotional creatures. Yeah, that's basically our foundation. If you look at, into a microscope and see all these little squiggly animals jumping around, it's fear. It takes two things to exist. Yes, the survival and procreation. That's it. Reality right there. And how we survive, we could, obviously eat, we could politic, believe in a religion, be world-class athletes, do many different things to survive, and then procreation. Now, if I am in control, religion, and I say we procreate this way and this way only, and our standards do not change, well, basically the idea stagnates, like religion. It does not change.
We do only procreate one way. So like,
well, I could procreate. Yeah, strictly speaking, it would be just sex, and that proves evolution. I mean, what's the evidence for evolution? Sex. That's it. Anyway, what I'm trying to me, right? It's simple. When you all talking about the brain doing this, okay, that's the mind. That's okay. What does that brain do in reality? How does it interact? And that brain may believe in a God or not believe in a God. But one of my favorite lines is, I don't remember the quote, but it was the last 4 words: content of their character. It was by Reverend Martin Luther King. And to me, that's just a modern way of explaining how to interact with someone else, right? The content of your character. I don't know what your mind believes in or does not believe in, right? You don't know what I believe in or don't believe. We meet, and then we interact, right? Let's just say we're both Americans. We start chatting, and we're friendly. Oh, okay. That's a friendly person. Then I talk to someone else, and then he's not a friendly person because he hands me a ticket for speeding. Okay, he's like, but he's doing his job. Okay, but that's his mind, what he believes in, and what he does when we interact. Because yes, I was speeding on a motorcycle. Okay, I accept that, but that's all in the mind until the reality. I pay for the ticket. Right? I'm atheist. If I believed in God and I have these standards I have to abide by in order to interact with other people based on my Savior, Jesus Christ, why there's so many Christian hypocrites here? These hypocrites. I understand. My whole family is theist.
Well, yeah, that's what I guess what I was confused on is I thought that Ronan was coming from a Christian standpoint, but
yeah.
I mean, people probably do that because they're trying to make the best of their lives.
But what got to me is when I realized that it was the politics of it all that was so off-putting. I can do harm and I can do wrong, but all I have to do is ask for forgiveness, and boom, I get to heaven. The moment I die, I'm going to heaven. And I thought to myself, no. I realized over time, I'm 65, yeah. Okay. I don't forgive. I take responsibility. If you correct me, I accept responsibility, and I learn something. Thank you so much. But these radical Christians, you mentioned Smoky Saint, people like that, right? Like, well, why don't other Christians call them out? And if they're being called hypocrites and they don't take responsibility, they know they're forgiven. Just like, all of these preachers that got caught cheating on their wives.
Well, it's because, like you said, Ronan, we're a baby species. We're just under-evolved, okay?
Right. But see, the majority are still emotional because they want to hold the benchmark of tradition based on emotion, right? And that's why we make these laws to try to make things fair. And when somebody questions the law, they say, "Well, no, we got to keep it this way because, we got slaves. We want to."
It's probably deeper than that. But
Anyways, guys off, but we do need to move on. Any one of the discussions that have gone in here tonight could go on the whole night, and it would be fascinating. But Randolph was next. And then Richards after that. But go ahead, Randolph. What was it? And don't worry about if you're stepping back to something we were talking about a little bit ago. That's perfectly fine.
I think we're kind of still on that topic.
Real quick. The noise just stopped. I was going insane. I was going insane. It seems to have stopped. I hope I'm not jinxing myself. Please continue, Randolph. But maybe now I can actually participate in the conversation. At all, because I didn't get to participate in the conversation I started, and I haven't been able to participate in really anything. So
I appreciate the updates on the renovations in your place.
I'm like fucking driving me nuts here, man. But yeah, whatever. It seems to have stopped. So maybe 9:00 is the shut-off time for whatever work goes on in Michigan.
Well, welcome back.
Yeah. So all right, continue, Randolph. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm thinking I'm agreeing with John on this, and my view, like he was talking about what Puff was talking about earlier, about how Puff was thinking that, like I've encountered this quite a bit in debates where people are thinking that we're not actually making our own decisions consciously, and my view is that there's at least three aspects that come into play to differing degrees, each of them. There's the autonomic functions, heartbeat, breathing, etc., which we can interrupt slightly to a certain degree. Then there's the instinctive aspect, which includes habits and things like that. And then there's the consciously decided parts. And I think depending on what it is, these things vary from depending on what it is and depending on the individual. It's kind of mainly just what I wanted to add to that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and to add to what you're saying, like the autonomic functions of the body, can we really call that a decision-making process? I mean, your body. Yeah, it's not.
That's why it's called autonomic. But what I'm saying is it does have an impact on it because like what we can do is we can interfere with it. Like for our breathing, we can change our breathing patterns consciously.
Well, right. But
with our heartbeat, we can't do that so easily. We have to work more indirectly to cause a heartbeat change by running or exercising or something or experiencing something stressful.
Yes.
But you're right. Just through the mind, the heart can be slowed down. I mean, I can't do it, but there's, people that can absolutely do it. And then Richard was up and he wanted to address Ronan.
Okay. Thank you.
You're muted, Richard.
Sorry. I thought Randolph was going to go a little bit longer than that, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, I think I've just changed my mind. I'm going to let it go. I can't hear another side story.
Okay. Well, and now Knock was, when he stepped in a moment ago, he was saying that he didn't get a chance really to flesh out the topic he wanted to do. And that was what me and him reviewed earlier. And he wanted to hear from people about the Trinity. And I know Richard's, well, no, but nobody's jumping in, so, but that's why I was mentioning it if people want to talk about that. But,
it's time for the raging atheist to rage.
I did have an idea for a topic, but
Yeah. They're definitely eating. Yeah. They're definitely eating their own on that topic.
I did.
But real quick though, Leo. I would like to hear.
And yes, I was muted to the audience that whole time, so they didn't hear a single fucking word I said. Too many damn mute buttons.
No, apparently, Richard has something to address to the Rage channel, as he put it. But I also, Richard, would like to hear, because you have so many different views than most of the Christians we talk to. I'd like to hear what, after you address Rage, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on the Trinity and what, how you look at it. But go ahead, Richard.
Well, see, now you pitched it like I want to talk to the channel people of itself. No, I just want to go back to the original topic. So I'll say something nice about the channel. You guys rock. I love you all. Anyway, okay, so back to the Trinity. Do we even have any kind of I don't know what Lisa's position for is in like a declaration of faith, although I know what Gary's was, and it's too bad he's not here anymore.
Yeah, he had to leave.
It seems we had two people past tense talking about what Christians do or did believe, and then there's a weirdo like me who actually read the Bible and wants it all to agree with itself. I know that's an odd thing to do.
I've read the Bible.
I'm actually an atheist now, Richard, but I used to be a Trinitarian.
Okay.
But I have studied this as in, like not in a religious sense, but in a scholarly sense, because I am an atheist. That is the only thing that I accept anymore.
I just want to say I find Richard's perspective on Christianity and the Bible to be very unique, very different from other Christians I've spoken to, and I find him very interesting for this reason.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, Richard. Give us your dissertation on the Trinity.
Well, okay. What I think Gary was ignoring in the text, Lisa pointed out. But I think the Trinitarian view that she used to adopt, or that the Trinitarians today adopt, is also neglecting parts of the text. And because of that, they have these incoherent explanations of what the Trinity is. But I think Gary came close in part of a statement, in part of a longer declaration, of a key point that Christians can't seem to accept, that there is no personality nor personage of the Holy Spirit. That it is strictly and only communication, which is why nowhere in the story does the Holy Spirit ever declare that it had a thought or a feeling or said something of its own accord.
Well, yeah, I think the Holy Spirit is like the weirdest part of all of it, because
somebody's got some noise coming through.
Yeah, Free Spirit, if you can mute that.
Well, hold on, because I think Free Spirit just fell down a flight of stairs. That's what that sounded like. Are you okay?
At first, they sounded like cool sound effects.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, good.
It sounded like something was moving.
Sorry.
She just
threw
her dog down the set of
sound
steps.
effects because nobody got hurt.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We thought we heard you crashing to the ground there a minute ago.
Oh, now she's gone. All right, come back.
Now she's crashed.
Oh, there she is. All right, so
There she is.
yeah, that Richard, to me, the Holy Spirit is probably the oddest thing of it. The way I get it,
it is weird.
There's a couple different variations from the way I understand it. So God's word is the Holy Spirit. That's one variation. Or the Holy Spirit itself is this separate energy, I guess would be the best way to describe it. But that's the part of the Trinity that seems the most odd and incoherent of the three to me.
Sure. No, I totally agree. That it is the most difficult part. I mean, anyone can get Father, Son. That's pretty simple. And if Son says, "Oh, I do exactly what my dad does," then it's pretty easy to say, "Oh, you've seen me. You've seen the Father." Because I'm following super directly. But the Holy Spirit's another matter for certain. So I think what Christians are ignoring by default within their view of specifically the Bible is that when they say the Holy Spirit has personage, they're suggesting that it has like personality and consciousness and things like that. Whereas I think a more thorough reading makes the Holy Spirit more like a telephone call, where it's just the expression of the Father and like word for word, like you wouldn't expect traveling on airwaves, something you said to me to change, and I hear something completely different than what you said. That would be shocking to us all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. So nobody has their hand up in the chat, but who wants to jump in here?
I did have a topic I wanted to, sort of start that was more an extension of not the Trinity, but the whole decision making, and that was what exactly is free will and to what extent do humans have it. But if people are not interested, then obviously we don't have to undertake.
Well, I mean, given what we were talking about, that seems to be a natural direction to go in. But I just do want to make sure that Knock and Richard were done engaging on the Trinity. Knock, did you have a response to what Richard had just said?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is something that I'm going to probably be looking at and making videos about. I've got a video coming out about Smokey talking about Mama Atheist, but then I've got one on the editing block about Nicholas and Smokey talking about this and talking about praise, and Nicholas is leaving Smokey behind. Huh?
Smokey talking shit on Mama?
Was he saying?
Oh, yeah. He was calling her a skank and a whore in one of his streams.
Does Smokey want to meet up in box or what?
Yeah. I'm gonna put that video out soon. I've had it made for about a week. I sent it to Mama Atheist first, and she knew I was gonna make it. But
he shouldn't be doing that. That totally doesn't make sense because Mama Atheist's not like that at all.
Yeah, it's reprehensible, and he keeps repeating the same behavior. But like when it comes to the Trinity, this is something that I'm going to be researching. I've been told by several people when it comes on a philosophical level that the Trinity is where you can really hit Christianity hard because it is fairly incoherent. Sure. So, but yeah, I mean, we can move on to another topic. Yeah. I'm totally down with that.
Well, and I just before we close this topic out, and then we're going to go to Leo. And Tioga has her hand up in the private chat, so maybe everybody should start doing that now if they want to get in line. But Richard, I have to say that with your take on the Holy Spirit, yours is the most coherent explanation I've heard, although I'm still not understanding where, the Father and Son, but they're both really God. I mean, that still seems incoherent.
Oh, that's pretty simple, John.
Well, but let me finish my sentence. But your description of the Holy Spirit is much more coherent than any other Christian I've heard. But go ahead, Richard.
Although two kids on the playground want to say my dad's bigger than yours, my God's the God over your God and all that crap. But what the Bible describes is a set of ideals. That is wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation. And that's what God is. And there's repercussions of that, like empathy, love, understanding, all those kinds of sorts of repercussions of that set of ideals. So that what the Bible is describing is anyone who participates, believes in and participates in those ideals is acting as God.
Okay.
Isn't that worshiping an idol?
What? Who is that?
Free Spirit.
Oh, Free, we're using the hand up in the private chat method. There's a few people ahead of you here. But Leo, you're next. Go ahead.
So, and this is the reason I brought this up as a potential topic is because I like to get other people's takes on it. My personal, I mean, I guess you could call it an opinion, but for lack of a better word, take on it comes from some of the professionals I've spoken to as it concerns free will. And I'm just interested in how other people view it, whether they think that literally there's absolutely no level of free will in humans or humans only have free will, obviously excluding autonomic functions. And for me, when people ask me, so do you believe in free will? Do you believe humans have free will? I say, the way I word it is, I believe we have a level of agency. I do believe that we do have the ability to make decisions, but deeper than that, and I'm going to try to keep it as short as I can. Deeper than that, I think that the very concept of decision making has to be predicated on antecedent conditionals or antecedent factors and stimuli that we are receiving from our environment. So if somebody could not taste, touch, feel, smell, see, like most of our senses, and even those beyond just the 5 that we traditionally think of, what level of decision making would they have if they couldn't move? I mean, all of these things can limit decision making. So while I believe that humans do have a level of agency, I believe that agency, or free will, if you want to call it that, inherently depends on antecedent or prior factors from which you make those decisions. So you can't just, no decision-making process could ever truly be stochastic or random, because the very action of making decisions is acting on existing information or currently received information, stimuli, what have you, from the environment. And
You're going to need to be clear here, because
Right, so,
somebody who
hold
cannot...
on, Randolph, you got to put your hand up in the private chat. You can't just jump in.
I'm being super quick here.
No,
John, baby, dude, we got to allow for some
I know,
interaction.
but wait a minute. But
Less than
Richard
10
wanted
seconds
to
here.
address
Otherwise,
what
we're gonna
Leo
lose
just
it.
said.
I'm losing it
He wanted
already.
to address what Leo just said, and he did the way we explained it in the beginning. He put his hand up and he wanted to address Leo on this very topic here. I mean, if we're going to have people follow rules, everybody has to follow the rules. I mean, if you want to,
I'm not going to make a speech. I'm just addressing one.
that's fine. Whatever you can say, put your hand up in the private chat. But go ahead, Richard. You said you wanted to address Leo. Go ahead.
Just
About
one
what he's
simple
talking
thing.
about right now.
You're talking to Richard or to me?
Randolph?
Richard, demolish doctrine.
Okay.
You're muted, Richard.
I thought Tioga had her hand up first.
No, Tioga had her hand up, and Free was after that. But Richard threw his hand up, saying he wanted to address something you were saying right now.
Just real quick. I want to be real quick, and now we've gone for minutes on this when it could have been 10 seconds.
There wasn't minutes. It hasn't even been a minute yet.
John,
Richard,
this is crazy,
Richard, did you want to address Leo or not? Richard?
Yeah, I do want to. Thank you. Leo, I don't know about your personal experience. My personal experience has been that I get suggestions and then I choose based on everything you said. My personal experience, my own biases, my preferences, my life experience, my environment, things like that.
Yeah,
If
I
that's
can agree
fair.
with that. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
So that's why I'm kind of it's colloquial. It's not technical, but I'm starting to agree more and more with free won't.
You know what? Yeah, I can get that. That's not the first time I've heard that one. Yeah. Yeah.
And Tioga, you wanted to address Leo. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was confused. So, Leo, are you for like total not free will or for free will?
I am what's called a compatibilist, where some of the decisions we make are predetermined, but the best way to put it is that we have an ability to make decisions, but there has to be information that's already there from which we make those decisions. So that information can determine the type of decisions that we make, but we still have an ability to make decisions.
Okay, so now I'm going to talk to you as a compatibilist because I thought you were just a non-free will person.
I am not a hard determinist, no.
Okay, so like in my house, yes, there in my house there's no such thing as free will unless I say that compatibilism exists. So yeah, like what do you think? Like what about like multiverses? Like doesn't that kind of prove that like if multiverses exist, like don't we like isn't that what multiverses are basically? Is that we like have the decision to like make our own?
Depends on how you view multiverses. I mean, if you're talking like the Everettian interpretation of quantum mechanics, often referred to as the many worlds interpretation, it doesn't actually posit any other universe but our own. What it posits, it's that, it's really hard to explain this because I have to get a little technical, that the wave function, when it decoheres to its environment, since it can decohere in different ways, when it does, it decohere, which is where essentially an isolated quantum system, you can't know anything about it because in order to know something about it, you have to interact with it. And if you interact with it, it's not isolated anymore. And so the ability of interacting with an isolated quantum system is decohering that system. They call that it's no longer coherently quantum, hence the term decoherence. So when that occurs, things branch out into different world lines is the better way to put it. In terms of like actual raw multiverse, where there's literally other physical realities out there separate from ours that may or may not have different mechanistic laws, I am and have always been skeptical on that, mainly because we just don't currently have any data to suggest it. But there have been models, I would consider them personally more pseudoscience than science, that when we make decisions, there's a branching that goes on into different multiverses. But like I said, I personally, what's the word I'm looking for? Condemn that to the realm of pseudoscience is the way that I would put it.
Okay.
So, Lisa, you're next, and then Freeze after you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I can't remember who brought this up about the Trinity being nonsensical, but if you look at the Bible as a whole, it is nonsensical. You really have to dig deeper. When I was drinking the Kool-Aid, I thought it made total sense and everything was in harmony. But when you really, really look at it, you're like, what the fuck? This makes no sense at all. Like from Genesis 1 to Genesis 2, there are two different creation stories. And creationists will be like, oh no, Genesis 2 just goes into more detail. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The days are totally different in Genesis 2 from Genesis 1. And in Genesis 1, God made male and female together, while in Genesis 2, Eve comes from Adam. So anyway, my point is, this is not just about Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, by the way. This occurs all throughout the Bible. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that it has been redacted many, 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 many times. I mean, I don't even know how many times it's been redacted. That's how many times it's been redacted. And, you know...
do you mean redacted, or do you mean edited or changed?
Well, both, actually.
Because redacted means you take something out of it or cover it up.
Yeah, actually both. Actually both.
Okay.
So thank you for interjecting that. But right now I'm doing a Saturday live stream on my channel that's basically making fun of the Bible and bringing these inherent contradictions out into the open. But it's just making fun, and it's not anything serious. But I will be doing a serious series of edited videos bringing out these contradictions in the Bible. And one of the things you have to understand is that the writings in the Bible are not as ancient as people think they are, especially Christians. I mean, we're talking, the most ancient book of the Bible is Job. And I can't remember when it was written, but most of the Bible was written sometime in the 1000s or even later than the 1000s BCE, because that's when the United Kingdom of Israel and Judah came to be. And I don't give a fuck if Christians don't believe me. It's in the history books. Go look it up.
So I want to ask Knock, wasn't there like some beef between you and the Smokey crowd over whether Job was the oldest book in the Bible?
Yeah, so Smokey made that claim.
Well, I mean, at least it's saying that it is the oldest claim, but I thought Dr. Josh sussed that out, that it wasn't.
Oh, it's not. At least I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. No, it's definitely not the oldest. No, by any means.
Oh, then I stand corrected. I thought it was the oldest. I have not actually looked into Job all that much yet.
So I was looking at the side chat. So you know me, John. I have single focus.
Right. Well, I just want to ask. Did you hear the noise coming from my mic a few minutes ago?
No.
I thought the motherfuckers left your place and came over here, but my upstairs neighbors were just up there pounding. But go ahead, Lisa.
Okay. Yeah, but I do stand corrected. Thank you very much, Knock, for correcting me on that. But my point, whether or not Job is the oldest or not, and Knock says it isn't, but my point is the Bible as a whole is not as old as Christians think it is.
Okay.
Oh no, yeah, you're exactly right about that. I think, well, even the Hebrew Bible. I think the Hebrew Bible, Christians think it was written by Moses. You know, and ancient Jews had the Hebrew Bible that they were carrying around with them. No, I think when I looked at it, we're talking, probably in the earliest would be 2nd century, or if I got this right, I think or 600 BCE, or at the earliest 800 BCE. But I think most people agree that it's around 600 BCE, but according to the Bible, Moses lived thousands of years ago.
Well, the Pentateuch isn't even written by one person. It's written by.
Yeah.
I'm going to go into this in my channel.
Yeah, it's anonymous writers. Nobody knows. Ancient. It got attributed to Moses, but it was anonymous writers that nobody really knows who wrote it.
At least, did you see the message that Richard sent you in the private chat? You're muted, Lisa.
Oh, I love it. So
What do you mean? Could I get an invite and be serious?
You said the stream you were doing this weekend would be semi-serious, and I was wondering. You said it'd be open, but it'd be semi-serious. I was wondering if I could come in and be serious.
Oh, it's I actually, if you know how to do that, I would love for you to show me how to do that. I have downloaded StreamYards, but I have absolutely no clue how to use it.
Here, well, I'll tell you what.
Privilege to give you a personal tutorial.
Lisa, I'll send you a screenshot of my screen, and it's just there's things to click on all along the bottom, and one of them is you click on the invite, a window opens up, and then you literally can just copy it to your clipboard and then go and send it to people. Or when you click on invite, it even gives you a list of different social media. You can go to your email, you can go to Twitter, you can go to wherever and send out invites.
So do I have to have OBS open and StreamYards open?
I mean, if you're going to use OBS, you use, but if you're just using StreamYard, it's all at the bottom of the page on StreamYard. All your
Lisa, if you email me, I'll run through it saying the same thing John just did with more words.
right. And then so Free is up next, but I did want to ask Richard real quick because and see if you remember, but back at the beginning when Lisa was giving her views, you were sitting there shaking your head. What were you balking at, Richard?
I don't want to pick on any one individual unless they're up for that, but I was just noticing that both Gary and she pointed out what Gary missed, but then I wasn't like trying to point out what she missed, but there was something that is also missed in the not her religion. I understand it's not her religion anymore. She's just studied it as she studied it as a secular person. I didn't mean to use the word just. That was insulting. I'm sorry. Right. But she studied it as a secular person, but what the Trinitarians espouse normally also ignores something, and I would talk about that with her sometime.
Okay. And Free Spirit, you're up.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Just a couple things. About Genesis 1, I heard from, I do believe it was Rabbi Singer, Tova Singer. He said that Genesis 2 is just a breakdown of what happened in Genesis 1.
Well, yeah.
Say that again, because I think that's what they say, and I can see why they say that, but I don't The Bible
I don't
does
believe
not.
it.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible in Genesis 2, it clearly starts with God on the day of rest, and then the way I read it, he goes to Eden. So they want to say that, yeah, the whole Eden story was, what was it, the fourth day when he made man? Maybe it was the second day, I can't remember. But that was him making man during creation. And when you read creation, it clearly says he makes nations of men. Like he make, it's just they have to apologize because. And come up with apologetics for it because the preachers have always told them this story, and then they get mad at an atheist for looking at it and say, "Hey, it doesn't say that." You are implying a lot of things here. You are making up things to fit the made up thing, and that's where we're gonna have problems.
Well, right, and it happens all throughout the Bible, like Lisa was saying. And then there's always some kind of special pleading when you point those contradictions out to a Christian.
Exactly. And just another curious thing is it says God made, the earth and all that. But then when you go into Genesis 2, the title of God changes. It says Lord God, not God.
Well, yeah, and the other thing I find weird, because like they were just arguing about like they argue about the personage and whether God, God is a person, whether Jesus is the person, whatever it is. But I totally lost my point. I shouldn't have hit that weed before I started.
Yeah, no, but but no, I thought God wasn't a man anyway. The Bible says that. So it's
yeah, that's my point. Yeah, because in it literally, if you take the Bible literally, there's no way you can escape the fact that God was a man, at least humanoid, and that's why we look the way we are, and that's why we are the way we are. In the Garden of Eden, he's walking through the Eden, and he feels the wind of Eden on his face. It's clear about that, So I mean. That's another thing that they have to apologize for because they want to think of him as some spirit beyond time and space when the Bible, at least in the beginning, describes him in a very physical form.
I wonder if the aliens came down and just messed with our minds and are laughing at us.
Ooh, now you're getting into Scientology. Hey, welcome, Marty. Welcome, Marty. Welcome, Sunflower. We're using the hand up in the private chat method, but nobody had their hand up after Lisa. So, if Marty or Sunflower, did you guys come in here to say anything particular?
I have to say something particular to come in here, John.
No, I'm asking you.
Where's the love? No,
we're particular people.
I'm just messing with you.
Sunflower, did you come in here for any specific reason?
I guess just to share some of my thoughts on free will, maybe expand a little bit. Not that I'm in any way an expert on
Let me make sure you guys
quantum entanglement thing, but I saw someone in the chat talking about like the speed of neurons firing and how that could maybe like disprove or prove because there's a common I know the idea of like when you feel as though you've made a decision to do something, your brain's already made the decision, like this kind of thing, and then it seems like that was kind of justified by some sort of like measurement of neuron speed. Let me find that. Electric moves in nerve fiber at around 2 meters per second. So when I move my big toe, it moves instantly. Who sent that message 2 seconds before I commanded it? That's what I was gonna comment on, but I don't want to like gum everything up. That's why I popped in.
Well, I mean, if you want to go back to talking about free will, that's fine. But like me and Leo were trying to point out, yeah, there was some interesting findings in some of the, studies that they did, the experiments they did, but there was nothing definitive out of that.
Sure. And I'm not even necessarily here to say like, oh, you're all crazy and stupid, I have the answers. I mean, I thought it was an interesting conversation. But what I think is interesting, and I am by no means at all the first person to suggest why this is interesting, but at least to my understanding, is like the thought experiment where if there's two particles that are quantum, that that are entangled on the quantum level. Let's say we invoke some kind of supernatural soul or whatever it is that we say is causing the free will decision making in humans that other animals don't possess. Let's say that soul or whatever that supernatural essence thing is. Let's say it exists like in another galaxy or somewhere like however many light years away, and it's quantumly entangled with a thing in my brain. Now, if something collapses the wave function for that particle, however many light years away it is, if I understand quantum entanglement correctly, that'll instantaneously affect the quantum particle in my brain that it's entangled with, which would sort of imply that, if I understand it, somehow information traveled faster than the speed of light. I guess that's not a good way of phrasing it, as Leo pointed out, when information isn't necessarily traveling, but in some way, something is affecting something in my brain that is so far away from it that, like, it happened at a faster rate than light speed, apparently, at least. I don't know.
In quantum entanglement, nothing actually affects anything. All quantum entanglement says is that if you have numerous aspects of a quantum system, all of those aspects or the description of those aspects are all contained within the same wave function. So when you solve the Schrödinger equation for one aspect of that wave function, you will also know what all the other aspects are because of that. But no information is being moved. Nothing is really being affected. It's just a result of the information about a quantum system, numerous aspects of a quantum system being contained within the same wave function.
And real quick, let me jump in real quick. Want to thank Ian Davenport for his $5 donation to the channel. Earlier, he didn't leave a comment, but thank you, Ian. And James Hogue just tipped $10 to the channel, starting a new modem fund. Oh, and the Trinity idea is the product of smoking weed. So yeah, thank you, James Hogue. But yeah, go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, yeah, so I understand that on the technical level, saying information travels is just not accurate. It's just not a good way to represent what's going on in quantum entanglement, and I even recognize that. But there's still something, at least as far as I can see, seems paradoxical. I mean, from the Wikipedia article on quantum entanglement, there's a part called paradox, and it says the paradox is that a measurement made on either of the particles, in this case, the ones that would be entangled, apparently collapses the state of the entire entangled system and does so instantaneously before any information about the measurement result could have been communicated to the other particle, parentheses, assuming that information cannot travel faster than light, close parentheses, and hence assured the, quote, proper, end quote, outcome of the measurement of the other part of the entangled pair.
Yeah.
So that's all I was sort of invoking here. I'm not the technical aspects of it. I don't know, but in my opinion, that gives some kind of like very strange, like weird, like just hard to comprehend.
Well, that's all of quantum mechanics, so that's nothing new.
Okay, fair enough.
All what they're saying there is that if you've got a system of multiple states all described by the same wave function, when the wave function collapses, naturally you get results for all of the states of that system, not just one of them. And so the whole something moving instantaneous is not even a part, as far as I know, of the lingo anymore.
And hey, real quick, Lisa and is next, and Free is after that. But Richard threw his hand up for right now because he wanted to comment to Leo on this idea of entanglement. But go ahead, Richard.
It seems to me Leo and Sunflower are kind of talking past each other, and I just wanted to say something to help. Leo, are you talking about the 13.5 kilometer Y Hadron Accelerator, or is that only what Sunflower is talking about, or does that include? Do you include what I just said, which I think Sunflower is referring to? And I stopped.
What the large hadron collider in Switzerland?
Oh, no, the Y-shaped 13.5. I think that's Sunflower. Am I right? Is that the test you're talking about?
I'm actually not sure. I was making. I'm not talking about a specific test.
Okay.
He was just talking about quantum entanglement in general, as it relates to
he was referring to that experiment, even if he wasn't directly referring to it. Okay.
I may have been. Yeah, I don't know.
I retire. Thank you.
He retires. But anyway, if you two are done on that, Lisa was next.
Yeah, I want to address something Knock was talking about with God and Lord God. As far as we know, there are 5 different voices in the Bible. One of them really isn't a voice. One of them's called the R source. And we pretty much know who R or the redactionist was. And we are pretty sure that the redactionist or the R source was Ezra. Okay, going back. The first 2 speakers in the Bible are the E source and the J source, which stand for Elohist and Yahwist. So when you're talking about, now then you have another source called the G source, which is the Deuteronomist, and the Deuteronomist is editing all of the Book of Moses. So I know this is kind of, I'm trying to say a lot of complicated things in a short amount of time. But the Deuteronomist was kind of editing the Elohist and the Yahwist sources in the books of Moses to try to make a coherent presentation of God. So I think, and I'm not quite sure, but I think that the thing between God and Lord God in Genesis 1 and 2 are from the Elohist and the Yahwist. So, like I said, I know it's kind of confusing. I'm going to go through it on my channel in more detail, but I just wanted to kind of let you know that that's kind of what's going on, because you've got all of these different people who are basically writing shit and they don't really know what they're talking about.
I have a suggestion for the title for that series.
What?
You could call it Nakatsuchi's Right. The Bible is really stupid. Hey, and welcome to Free Spirit and Orga.
Hello.
What's that? And so, just so you guys know, we're using the hand up and the private chat method. If you want to address somebody in particular, put their name next to the word hand. And then if 2 people are having a one-on-one and you want to get in immediately to comment on that conversation, indicate that when you put your hand up that you want to make a comment on the current one-on-one that's going on. Free had her hand up next, but she had to dip out because her phone was messing up. So the floor is open right now. If if we want to continue on the same topic, or if one of you new people that came in had something you wanted to discuss, now's the time.
I just need to ask Ogre a quick question. Do you know how to contact David Neff?
Not in a way that you would not, I'm sure.
So do you have his email or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Oh, because he's going to be debating somebody on the Age of the Earth, and he asked me about going over some of his points, and I'm not a geophysicist like you are, so
yeah,
I deferred him to you. I don't know if do you have an email that you would be comfortable sharing in the private chat that I might be able to send his way?
Yeah, my email is just my channel name at Gmail. So
okay, right on. I'll let him know then. That's all I wanted.
Awesome. So you're a what did you say? He's a quantum physicist?
Geophysicist.
A geophysicist.
Yeah, I have a few degrees in geophysics. I have a few degrees in geophysics. I currently work in education. I'm not in research, but I did spend quite a few years doing research as well.
And just tell the idiot that I am what is physics.
So the best way to explain geophysics is I know what's underneath the earth without having to dig.
Oh, that's rather concise.
Yeah, I've had to explain it a lot.
Right. It's wonderful that you got it down to that little blurb right there. I think you've been in here before, haven't you?
Yeah, I frequent these. I watch this every once in a while and stuff. Yeah.
So, has anybody ever said this to you? And I'm not trying to be to bust your chops or anything, but you sound like one of the guys on The Big Bang Theory.
Oh, I've heard that before. I'm not that guy on Big Bang Theory.
I didn't think about that until you said it. Oh.
What's that? You can't believe this.
No, I never thought about that until you had said that. Wow.
He actually really doesn't. The actor doesn't talk like that, but.
Well, no, I mean it's not that he sounds like him. Like the guy on The Big Bang Theory is an idiot. He's certainly not a geophysicist. You know.
Neither the actor nor the character.
Kripke's a physicist. Are you talking about Kripke, the guy that works with Sheldon and them?
No, I'm talking about the guy that owns a comic book store.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's what I.
I was going with Barry Kripke.
But hey, everything seems to be going fine. And there's nobody's got their hand up, so somebody.
Sunflower and then Richard.
Excuse me.
Sunflower had put his hand up at 8:35, and then Richard.
If Richard wanted to respond directly to Ogre, I'm going to let him go because mine is unrelated to that. So let's let him go.
You're muted again, Richard.
I know. I was waiting for John to say go ahead, but then he didn't. You usually did.
Well, no, I mean,
trying to behave myself
of his own free will.
I don't want you guys to get mad at me. I got to kick myself out like Randolph did. So, all right. So, or gay, I'm going to say it that way.
Sure.
Would you have a private conversation sometime about the low velocity zone that was being troubled over in the time of Einstein?
Yeah, you're talking about the K boundary, or are you talking about the shadow for the seismic waves?
Shadow.
Yeah, I could talk to shadow.
That would be awesome. Thanks. My email is in the private chat above this somewhere. Anyway, peace and respect to y'all. Have a great. Okay. Well,
you're taking off.
Yeah, I'm taking off. But John has my email. Raging, everybody. Marty, love you guys. Immutable. Peace and respect to you all. Sunflower, Leo.
Thanks, Ricky. Hey, so whoever was trying to get in here like a couple minutes ago, there's a spot open now. You weren't able to get in. We were getting a notification that somebody was trying to come in. Now's your chance. Yeah, go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna bounce back to the free will thing, and this is a concept I've had, I believe myself, for a while. I don't think I'm the first person to think of it or the only person, but I think that the perception of free will is essentially like it just as good, so to speak, as if free will actually existed. And what I mean by that is kind of the fact that we have guilt, and guilt stems from the perception that we caused something. Unless we could escape from this, which I think is actually sort of scary and misanthropic thing that some people want to do. But if we could escape from that, then one could say, okay, it's useful to show people that they're not controlling their actions. If we can't escape from that, the sense of guilt for things that we know we voluntarily did versus like maybe things involuntarily, like you trip and fall on someone and cause them an injury. Sure, you might feel some level of guilt, but not the same level of guilt as if you were, overwhelmed with rage and you like hit someone with a baseball bat. I think that there's definitely levels of guilt in terms of things you did versus freak accidents that involve like your body falling into someone else's. So what I would say is that I'm particularly suspicious of people like Sam Harris who literally have no emotion, no visible, discernible emotion whatsoever, and also want to try to explain to us that we don't have any control over our actions. It really does seem like some kind of Alex Jones level, like anti-human, like big evil. Like, let me explain to you
Real
why
quick,
you're.
is somebody making balloon animals in the background? I mean, I don't know what that is. It sounds
the way that
Yeah, I hear that. I thought it was like an infant, but anyway, that's my main thing. Is that if you perceive that you're causing some things to happen and not other things, then the ensuing guilt that follows from the things you perceive that you did isn't going anywhere. So you might as well still try to do the right thing. That's sort of where I'm coming from.
Well, and the thing that's interesting about that is, like, if it was ever definitively proven that we're not in control of our decision-making processes, then how could we ever, convict someone and send them to prison for something they did?
Well, okay, yeah, and Sam Harris, I think, basically just says we should reevaluate how we view punishment, and it's like, okay, well,
Harris is cringe.
Well, here's the thing, though. It's like, if we could be so sure that we weren't controlling our actions, I don't see why guilt. We wouldn't instantaneously. There'd be a singularity in which humans would no longer, any human that was actually compelled enough by this, they would no longer be capable of experiencing guilt in the way that, at least not in the way that they do when they perceive that they're causing something to happen. So the fact that this doesn't happen, at least not for me and not for anyone I know, sort of says to me, while people might be citing data on neurons and behavior, I don't think anyone is truly convinced that they're not causing their own actions. And if they are, they have no explanation for why they ever feel guilty for anything they've ever done or will do.
Okay. And so we've got ID and Leo coming up, but Lisa and Tioga, Lisa put her hand up first wanted to address Sunflower about this.
So did I. I don't know if Immutable did. But
yeah, I don't want to go after the same thing, but the point to make is that a person can still feel as if they have a sense of self or a sense of moral guilt, even if they don't have a choice in it, right? It's this idea that you can be under the impression that you have free will, even if you don't actually. Right? So, I mean, I don't see it as completely inconsistent.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't you agree that, like, if you're on the subway and the train stops really suddenly or whatever, and you fall, you're thrown off your feet, and you fall onto someone, and that causes them an injury, you're going to feel bad, like, I feel bad that my body caused them an injury. I don't think you're going to feel as bad as, like, in your sober mind, doing something along the lines of intentionally physically hurting someone and then regretting it afterwards. Like, there's different degrees of guilt there. So the prior in that example, I think, is the only kind you could ever have if you fully are compelled 100% that you're not causing any of your actions, whereas the latter is a sort of special kind of guilt that comes more from regret, which implies there was choice involved, not just, damn, I happen to be a voyeur in a body that caused another pain. Dang it, I wish I was a voyeur in a body that didn't cause someone pain, which is like a kind of strange kind of guilt, but it might still exist. Yeah, sure.
Hey, real quick, I just want to make a clarification. First of all, I'm going in the right order. Please, everybody, I assure you, when you guys put your hand up, I mark it on the list. The only reason that I tried to go to Lisa and Tioga is because they had specifically said they wanted to engage Sunflower on this. But ID and Leo actually had their hand up first, and they're engaging on the same topic with Sunflower. So we're going right order.
Side chat.
Yeah. What's that?
And so we're just having fun in the side chat.
Yeah. But Leo, you were next.
Oh man, what was I gonna? Shit.
What are you smoking?
No. What I was gonna say. Wait, what was that? I didn't hear that.
You said, "What are you smoking that weed too?"
Believe me, I fucking wish. I tend to do better actually if I'm smoking. Anyway, I was gonna say, yeah, there's some things that Sam Harris talks about that I can really vibe with, that really sparkle with me. There was a while there where I didn't like Sam Harris, and then I kind of forgot why I didn't like him and started to like him again, and then remembered it's because he's an Islamophobic bigot that I don't like him. So I did want to point that out. Also, I think that the development of human guilt probably was a result of the fact that we do have some level of agency in the decisions that we make. And I also think that if it ever says that no, humans just don't have any free will or any ability to make conscious decisions, that's probably going to have a lot of negative consequences on our society. Like if somebody says, oh, well, I can't make decisions, then I'm just going to go out and like, I don't know, rape 10 women and be like, well, I know it was just going to happen. I couldn't choose it.
Me and Leo agree on this.
That even if we don't have free will, it's obviously better to act that we do. But I would still argue as a compatibilist that humans do have a level of agency.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference between, like, and this often gets ignored in the free will debate, is that there's a difference between free will and will. Like, the free aspect of free will is something that's, like, usually of contention when you're discussing, like, what it means for something, like, to be freely willed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think all people would argue necessarily, like, full-on determinism. Because even if it's true, that results in fairly hard issues. But in the same sense, you can't also say like that people have free will in the way that what we do is completely devoid of consequence, be it positive or negative. Like the world simply doesn't,
Right. I mean that works now, but like if it was definitively proven that we have no control over our decision-making processes, that might change.
I mean, I think you could argue that today, I mean, like certain like sociopaths and people like that suffer from like various mental illnesses, they don't have perception of emotion.
Well, right. And often in those cases, when it comes time to the, doling out of the punitive damages, they claim things like, mental incapacity and stuff, and maybe they go to a prison ward hospital or something and get fixed first, but they still have to pay for their crime.
The issue, I think, I don't want to make this into a political discussion, but I think the point of contention, especially like when you're discussing like punishment and something like that, right, is the notion that we should be punishing people, like, yes, for the crime, but for people who have chosen to, break this law and kind of understand like the repercussions of their actions.
Okay.
And part of that falls apart when you consider the fact that like people that are, sociopaths, for instance, don't have like it. Part of their mind isn't wired in the proper way to be able to understand and perceive human emotion properly and the consequences that derive as the result of humans displaying emotional behavior.
Okay. Are you a compatibilist or hard determined?
Lisa, you're next.
Yeah, I'm compatibilist.
Okay.
Thank you, John. I think. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I misspoke or if people misinterpreted. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But let me just make some clarification on the matter. The scientific studies that have been done on this matter tell us, and only tell us, that the thought was there half a second before it was consciously realized. That's all it tells us. It doesn't tell us that our prefrontal cortex can override it, which actually it can. But that's another topic. I'm going to explain it a little bit, but I'm not going to explain it all the way. The prefrontal cortex is like right above our eyes, basically. And our prefrontal cortex is basically what gives us our rational decision making abilities. And the scientific study is not saying you are not responsible. The scientific study is only saying that there is this unconscious thought, or whatever you want to say, before before the subjects consciously realize that that's what they were talking about.
Well, Lisa, can I interject real quick here? Because you're kind of making, I don't know what word to use. You're making, trying to make a claim into an actuality. I mean, the experiments that they've done show that there's activity in the brain, but they're not able to discern what that is. So when you're saying the thought comes a split second before, it actually comes to fruition, they don't know that. They just know that there's brain activity in certain areas of the brain a second before, a millisecond before. I mean, so
okay, I can accept that. I can accept that.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're all right.
No, I can accept that. But what I'm saying is they're not saying that people aren't responsible for their actions, because we have this prefrontal cortex that is basically in charge of our decision making, so that because we have this neural connection, then yes, people in general, there are exceptions, but in general, people are responsible for their actions. I'm not saying that they're not, and I don't think any scientist is saying that they're not. But anyway, I just wanted to clarify that. Like I said, I don't know whether I misspoke or people misinterpreted. Like I said, it doesn't really matter. The point is that everybody can be on the same page now.
And Tioga, you're up next, and after you's Leo.
Toga.
Okay, I just wanted to talk to Sunflower and say that I don't think Toga. That guilt's like a really good, I don't know, indicator of free will. Because guilt is pretty specific to your species and to your culture. What you might feel guilty of as a human in one culture might not be what you feel guilty of in another culture. Or also, like we don't eat each other, but we eat other animals. So, but some people feel guilty, some people don't. I don't know. I just don't think that guilt's a great indicator of free will.
Well, sure. I would say that.
Hold on, Sunflower. Are you done, Tioga?
I guess I'm done. Yeah.
Go ahead, Leo.
Well, if Sunflower wanted to respond to that, since I think Tioga was addressing him, he's free to before I chime in.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize she was addressing him. Go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, yeah. So I would say to that's a good point, but I would just say that moral subjectivism then is all you need to invoke there. So you could have moral subjectivists that also feel guilt, regardless of whether or not that guilt is, or regardless of whether or not each individual subject in this case is deriving their moral system from an objective morality. So, in this example, let's say you have a person, and so when I come with these examples off the top of my head, they might be like gruesome or morbid. Just forgive me. Let's say you have a person in country X where it's totally commonly accepted to, to kill any female children you have or something like that.
You're talking about China.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, you said it, not me. Anyway, but let's say it's wrong for these people to, it's considered wrong for them to kill someone else's female child. Okay, let's say a person in this horrible scenario one day gets really angry at their neighbor and sees that they have a little girl and they go out and kill the girl. It's like they could feel guilt for this action, even though they're regularly doing things like killing their own children that other people in other countries would view as or more morally reprehensible. So. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need objective morality to have perceived free will. It just means that it turns into subjective morality and perceived free will.
I guess.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. Leo, Leo's original point, though, was very interesting. That his hypothesis that because we can feel guilt, that's an indicator of or a proof of free will, and I find that interesting.
See, I would disagree with
go
that,
ahead, Leo.
definitely, but
Yeah, so just to touch on that really briefly before I get to what I wanted to say is that I wouldn't state that having guilt proves we have free will. I just think that the fact that we and probably some other animals have developed a sense of guilt is a testament to the idea that us and those agents likely have a level of agency that it's literally because for instance, hard determinists would say that we literally have absolutely no ability to affect our decisions. They just roll from all the activity in the brain. And there's some level of truth to that, but I don't think it's as rigid as they try to make it. And I think that the development of guilt is a testament to that. You know what? There is a level of agency where we can refrain from making certain decisions, even though we have the ability to, or we could make decisions despite the fact that we might have the ability to refrain from doing it. But the big point that I wanted to touch on, and Lisa would probably know a little bit more about this than I would, so she's free to comment or correct me if I make any mistakes. I would presume that before a decision is made, any information, excuse me, any information that may lead up to that decision being made might be passed through more than one aspect of the brain, depending on the type of information. Oh, she was away from keyboard, so she probably didn't hear anything that I just said. No. Anyway, that it would probably be passed between different aspects of the brain before that decision is actually acted upon, it would be contingent upon the type of decision it's going to be acted on, and I suppose potentially the mode upon which the agent might act on it. I don't know if that's true. I would guess that there's a lot of activity in more than one aspect of the brain leading up to the acting on a decision. So, you said back, so I'm assuming, I don't know if you heard what I said originally, Lisa, but I wanted, since you would know more about it than I would, I wanted you to either confirm or deny whether that would be the case.
Okay, so if I was out for a while, but if I hear you right, you're saying that you think that a quote unquote decision is going to go through different aspects of the brain before it's acted on. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I'm wondering if that's a correct assessment, or if we don't really know, or if that's not the case.
As far as we know right now, and I want to make that caveat.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we know right now, the quote unquote unconscious decisions that we make are made in the medulla oblongata, which is part of the reptilian brain. It's the oldest part of our brain. It's the paleocortex, if you want to look that up.
Yep.
But it goes to the prefrontal cortex, which is the newest part of our brain. And so it's actually processed in the prefrontal cortex as far as we know.
Okay.
Now, that does not mean that there are not other brain areas involved. That just means as far as we know.
Right on.
Okay. Hey, and look, Org had his hand up, and he's next. But Org, what were you going to address the same topic with Leo?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. So the order right now then is Org, ID, and ID says when he gets in, he wants to address Leo, but he also wants to address Lisa. But go ahead, Org.
Yeah. So I'm late to this stream, but before I get to that, I gotta leave for like 15 minutes. So do you want me to leave the chat after my question, or just hang out for a little bit?
Well, ask your question and however you want to handle it. I mean,
I didn't know if you had a. Okay. Anyways, I am late to the conversation. This might have already been addressed. I don't know, But on the conversation of free will versus predestined choice or whatever, do the people that think we don't have free will also subscribe to like the brain of the jaw concept? Are those like essentially the same argument or not? Because to me, if you don't have free will, how can you say we're not all in the Matrix? I don't know if that's already been attested to, but to me, those two are kind of connected. So
I see the relation there, but I don't know if most hard determinists would argue that. I guess that's something I haven't really asked them. I don't actually know that many hard determinists, though. Most people I know are either like they believe in libertarian free will, and those people are generally religious. Not all of them, but generally. And most non-religious people I know tend to be more compatibilist, where yes, there is something that aids in us determining what decisions we're going to make, but we still have a level of agency in acting upon them.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, then I guess I got to bounce, but I'll be back. So do you want me to leave the chat or just hang out muted?
Well, nobody's been trying to get in. We still have one spot open. So, yeah, if you just have to go AFK, go ahead and save your spot.
Okay, yeah. So I'll be back then. Thanks.
All right. And then so ID wanted to address Leo and Lisa, so the three of you are basically talking. So the three of you just feel free, however Mutum wants to address you guys separately, or just have like a three-way. Yeah, you guys go ahead and have a three-way.
I'm ready. Always love three-ways. Bring lube.
Sorry.
The point I wanted to make with Leo, and I had it on the tip of my tongue now. But it's that if you wanted to argue like from a hard determinist perspective, and I still remember my own position well enough and my own points when I was hard determinist enough to do it, but I have heard people who've talked on this point in that chance alone seems to be sufficient to like allow for decision making, and that's because what the brain is, if you think about it, is essentially it's like an accountant for metabolism. Mm-hmm. It's in a way, it's very it's trying to figure out. It's an algorithmic process in a way of figuring out how best to use its resources, because it doesn't have an unlimited amount of it. It has a very limited availability of those resources that are going to be dispelled from the body, but it's trying to figure out how to use certain parts of that body and regulate certain other smaller functions in the body in order to attain some goal. And you could say that like the point of like moral guilt, like the reason like guilt arises in a way is that there's an aspect of like self-preservation that occurs, that choosing like not to be or not choosing necessarily, but behaving in a way that's antisocial or behaving in a way that doesn't necessarily conform to the activity of a group is more likely to cost you in terms of what you have to spend metabolically to achieve the same thing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I guess let her give any input on that.
You're muted, Lisa.
Are you talking about metabolism in way of our decision making? I'm not. Can you?
Yeah, my point is that the brain, essentially, what it's doing, right, and like emotion itself, is in some sense, it's hard to. Emotions, in some sense, are an extension of the body's ability to make a decision. It's preemptive to decision making. Yeah. And part of that is because, like, for instance, there's a statistic out there that, for instance, like anger. So what you would consider a person like clenching their fist or beginning to, turn red in certain areas of their body and, become more, I already said it, but become more tense and rigid in certain areas. 30% of that is physical, but 70% of that is non-physical. It manifests in other more subtle more subtle ways in terms of how we interact.
And real quick to add to that, I don't know if this is probative of the conversation going on, but anger is also a secondary emotion. If you feel anger, there's underlying emotions that brought about that anger.
Right.
I did want to say really quick, I like how Immutable Destiny, the biochemist, is looking at things like emotion and free will from sort of more of a biochemical perspective. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I like how people that have a background knowledge in different fields look at things differently than others who might have a knowledge stemming from, like how a psychologist might look at, brain and the mind and emotions and thoughts and how that works versus how, say, a biochemist might look at how that works. It's just, God, it's bad.
It's curious, and this leads into the next point I was going to make, is that the reason I have this perspective is because I was listening to a podcast where
not Sam Harris, right?
Yeah, not Sam Harris, but Sean Carroll actually recently interviewed. Sean Carroll recently interviewed a psychologist, Lisa Feldman Barrett.
Yeah, I watched that. It was beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful stream actually, and very interesting in the way that she addresses kind of the notion of emotion and how it essentially is an extenuation and hierarchical pattern of more basic emotions being, combined and expressed in a way that it really only makes sense to define it in terms of a culture and societal interaction. But also the more basic point to be made before that is that, like, the notion of this kind of like I call it, a spaghetti model of the brain, of there being different types of brains that evolve, that you have a reptile brain, and then later on you have a fish brain, and then later on you have a mouse brain and a chimp brain, and yada yada yada. This idea like that there's a succession and building upon in terms of like later stages of the brain is actually something that's of contention within certain fields of psychology and neuroscience.
A couple comments real quick. One, Puff says in the private chat, "I'm incapable of truly relaxing," and that just blows my mind because Puff seems like the most relaxed human being I know.
Well, I was going to say real quick, John, to Leo's point, the best perception isn't that of a psychologist or a physicist, or it's that of a pothead. I'm just saying.
There we go.
And then the other point I want to make to ID is, now, and this could just be my ignorance, but did you just coin a new word when you said extenuation?
No.
No, I think that word already exists. But
okay. No, that's why I said it could just be my ignorance. I'd never heard that word before.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But what I was going to reference is that if you look back at more basal organisms, so to speak, like organisms that are not nearly as developed, you do notice that in terms of like neurological structure, in terms of like the brain and what's going on there, the overall structure is kind of preserved. But what is different in terms of how things are kind of glued together is the types of neurons that are present or lack thereof, and how those neurons are interacting with each other. And with certain species or certain orders of animals, you see that there's some connections that are present in some organisms but not present within others.
Can I say something to that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
And Puff's trying to get in here, but yeah, you guys finish up. Sure.
Okay, thank you. I won't be long. Studies have shown, and this isn't like, the end all be all, but as far as we understand, modern human beings developed around 200,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But our behavior was not modern until a lot later. And the reason that anthropologists and psychologists and people like that give for this fact is that our neurons did not explode. So the change in our behavior is not because we have a different number of neurons. The change in our behavior is because of something called neuroglia. And it is a type of, it is kind of sort of a type of neuron. It's called white matter. If you want.
Are you referring to a neuroglia?
Yes.
Okay.
So it is also called white matter if you want to look it up.
Norgalia, a potato.
Yeah. So it's basically neuroglia is basically how our neurons are.
Oh, they're just glial cells.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Neuroglia.
Yeah, they just basically make a pathway from one
nerve glue.
Yeah, basically. Basically, thank you, Leo.
That's how the encyclopedia pretended. They said the term neuroglia means nerve glue in quotes.
So
you can think of it kind of as like a railway between.
That's basically why. That's basically why we were modern humans 200,000 years ago, but behaviorally, we didn't become "quote unquote" modern until a lot later than that.
Yeah, I mean it's truly an evolutionary process.
Well, I mean, do you think each perspective is correct in its own right? I mean, certainly if you change like certain genetic aspects of something, like you'll be able to influence the ability of neuroglia to differentiate and how they're able to essentially act as kind of a junction between certain lobes of the brain and other lobes of the brain. But in the same sense, I mean, if there's less differentiation in neuronal typing, then of course the diversity you'll have between, or the extent to which certain behaviors in the brain can be expressed are going to vary.
Oh, yeah. They could,
no, I mean, I was going to try and let Puff get in. He's been waiting patiently, so.
I'm sorry, Puff. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. But yeah, Puff's had his hand up and hadn't had his hand up in a while, so let's let him get in here. Go ahead, Puff.
Oh, first thing, yeah, I gotta address that. Yeah, so like, I know I seem like chill, relaxed, but this is just like a disciplined, like representative thing going on, right? Like it's a representative. Inside the real brain is like a Walmart on Black Friday, circa 2012. It's pandemonium. But no, like seriously, I literally cannot relax, John. Like I went to a physical therapist, masseuse guy, and he couldn't, like, you know how you're supposed to like go and let them take control of your limbs with whatever they got to do. That wasn't possible. I just tried to say tell my arms to do anything, my legs to do anything. They were stiff like boards, man. You couldn't move it. So
find this quote unquote physical therapist masseuse guy. Was this like a Craigslist or was this like an actual?
No. This is like a actual licensed massage therapy, like physical therapy place.
Making sure.
Because I had
they got rid of that category on Craigslist a long time ago.
No, man. When I go to the Craigslist ones, if it's not in a basement that's poorly lit with only one exit that he's blocking with his body, I'm not down for it, dude. So, but yeah. So that's my thing is that like I try to relax, but yeah. So like, like it's just the deal. Like I'm just really hyped up and everything like that. So I just do this to try to relax or whatever. But
I'm cool and collected on the outside, firestorm on the inside. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, more like doused with like cold water from the pot. But yeah.
Who knows that Mulan song? Tranquil as a forest, but on fire.
Yeah. Only you would know that song, Sunflower.
So, Puff, did you have any comment on what Lisa and ID and Leo were talking about.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is that it's just like they said, it's very complicated and everything like that. But what I was saying earlier, I wasn't saying that we aren't responsible for the decisions that we make or whatever. You know what I mean? That we didn't make the decision. What I'm saying is that we provided our subconscious. We provide the our brain with enough information, and then based on choices we made before or outcomes of decisions that were made before, our stimuli that we have, our situation, everything like that, we, like she said, there's cognitive, like you said, we can't determine exactly what's happening. Like he's telling us to reach, our brain's like, okay, he's gonna reach up, twist his arm, do all this, right? But it's we kind of, when we're thinking of it consciously, we're already in motion. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. So, and that's what the research appears to show, is that that's the case. But it's not like it's just a decision that was made for us. It's just that we supplied enough information, right? So in that paper, like I said, get an explanation. What I'm trying to say is that in a negative situation, right? If we're in a situation where it's like a disciplinary situation, right? A punishment situation, and nothing happens, our conscious has supplied our subconscious with enough information that if nothing happens in that situation, it's a good thing. And then in a situation where there should be a positive or a rewarding outcome, a rewarding situation, we've supplied our subconscious with enough information to say, hey, if nothing happens, this is a bad thing. And we do make decisions, but by the time we think of the decision, we're already on the path to doing what we're going to do. But we have the ability to discipline ourselves, to change our behavior, to decide, hey, to think before you get into a situation. Hey, in this situation, what do I want to do or whatever? But that's what I was trying to say, is that the action by the time we're cognizant of it is already in motion.
Yeah. Well, so the four of you know how to behave yourselves. So just go ahead. And Leo, you open your mouth first. Go ahead. But yeah, Lisa, ID, and Puff, just continue on with the conversation you were having.
I actually don't really have all that much to add at the given instant. Surprising, I know.
Yeah. I'm
surprised. I haven't understood any of it, honestly. I've been lost for about an hour.
You've been smoking that devil's lettuce.
Can I throw a hard wrench in, a hard right turn in this?
Sure.
Does anybody it kind of sucks. Like, we're in a situation, right, where to actually do the thing that's honorable, right, to be an honorable person and to do something that looks up to you kind of have to lose a little bit, right? Because that question I asked Noct about the panel this morning on the Damn Atheist show, right, the Damn Morning Show or whatever, the guy that was responsible for protecting our elections this year, right, that was he'd been in the administration for, I think they said, or part of doing that job since if not the Clintons, the first Bush, the second Bush era, right? So he's been there for a long time. And he kept putting up information, like fresh information, debunking all these conspiracies of election fraud and everything like that on the government's website, and refused to take that information down. And especially after election, has refused to take that information down, and also actually put an effective system together, or effectively thwarted major attacks on our election, cyber attacks anyway. I
was just going to say he had bipartisan support, because where the Trump administration really didn't go out of their way to do anything about what happened in 2016, this guy seemed to really be on the ball and did his job.
Yeah, he was really dedicated. He did his job regardless of who was in office, who was going to win, what the current political climate was, or anything. He did his job based on what his job was supposed to be, because that was his job for his lifetime, right? My thing is, is it even possible to get to the road we need to because I feel that that's the type of behavior we have to engage in. But at the same time, that then puts us in a position where now there's a vacancy there, and he could just plug anybody in there until Biden gets in. And, you know, is Biden going to change it? Is he even going to know that that person shouldn't be there or whatever, right? Because, like, one thing we haven't heard anything about is that, but we haven't heard anything about Biden replacing DeVos or anybody like that. It's
because he's not
qualified.
He's not in a position to do that quite, mainly because a lot of the transition information is being withheld from Biden. I don't understand how the Democratic Party can still be so complicit in the obvious undemocratic actions that this administration, and I'm not actually, I don't know why I said I'm surprised, because I'm not surprised that the Supreme Court hasn't come in and been like, look, you're giving him all of the relevant information now, or there's going to be problems. I think we all know why the Supreme Court's not doing that.
Well, Coney Barrett.
Amy Coney Island, yeah.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is we know why, because the thing is, Obama made the signal loud and clear, right? That even though we're going to throw you a bone, the Democratic Party is going to throw you a bone. We're full on mask off corporate.
Oh, of course.
You know what I mean? Like they really went to town. During the Obama administration, they really went to town. During the Trump administration, they grabbed kerosene and gasoline, mixed it together, threw it on the fire, and started it going fast.
We've never had a government that wasn't like that before, though. We've never had a government where the Democrats were really on the progressive side. We just haven't had that yet.
Right. They were just farther to. They were just left closer to the center. Right. They were closer to the center from the right. Right. They were less right leaning than the Republicans were. Yeah. Our Overton window has been shifted very far to the right for a long time. I understand that.
I would honestly, personally argue that the Overton window in the United States, and for those that don't know, the Overton window is essentially the range on the traditional left-right political spectrum where your ideas are considered reasonable. Outside of it, to the left would be considered radical. Oh, you're a socialist, communist, Marxist. Oh, and anything to the outside of it to the right is, oh God, they're just fascist, racist authoritarians. So the Overton window is sort of that area where a lot of the thoughts that people have are considered rational, reasonable.
Well, it's supposed to be, but now, like, you know, the Overton window is so far to the right that fascism is the normal.
Yeah.
Well, we have to know, and we cannot like pretend that this has not been the way America has been the whole time.
Oh, always.
Well, see, the thing is,
you have to acknowledge that we are getting more progressive.
Definitely.
But our Overton window is still significantly to the right.
America's always been brutal to its people. It's only here recently that we've really achieved any element of freedom, and that freedom's still
the issue is
a self-illusion.
Yeah, but the extreme right has never, as far as I know, never had a meltdown like this. Now maybe they have,
but the last time would have been the Civil War.
We're getting memes on the thing.
Or the massacre, or the moon bombing, or like, I don't know. Yeah.
You know, but we're getting remixes. We're getting Kenneth Copeland remixes and Paula White remixes. Just look it up on
Oh
YouTube.
my God, Paula White.
What an
unhinged human being she is.
Yeah, what I'm seeing happening is the Republican Party is slowly being not really weaned out, it's just disappearing as more and more citizens realize that what are considered left-wing politics is actually pretty good for people. And in the process of the Republican Party shrinking, the Democratic Party is taking this opportunity to cement itself as a center/center-right party rather than moving to the progressive left to match what the citizens want. And that is why both parties will destroy them. And we're going to see that happen. Biden will go one term, and I guarantee you in 2024, it's going to be a young person they're going to be quite progressive, and they're going to be a person of color. Now, I would go a step further and say it's probably going to be a woman, and I do think that they're going to win. I think the Democratic Party is going to try to do everything they did to Bernie. The Republican Party is going to try to run a Trump 2.0 that just fits better within the political atmosphere. But what's going to happen is this person is going to have way too much motherfucking support from both sides that neither party is going to be able to take him out, and that's that revolution, that peaceful revolution that Bernie Sanders kept talking about. And one final point.
Yeah.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Well, and the person that you're talking about, they may very well be running against like Don Jr. or something like that. But Lisa,
Might be
you
running
threw,
against Don Senior.
yeah. Lisa, you have thrown your hand up, but we're just going freestyle right now because you guys are being so reasonable. So just jump right in there, Lisa.
Okay, this is just my humble opinion, so take it or leave it, or say fuck me or whatever. But
Get a little warm in here.
So turn up the heat.
My take on it is that the Republican Party is shrinking because a lot of I can't say a lot of the Republican Party, maybe a lot of but some of the Republican Party is made up of these evangelicals, and Republicans are figuring out, the reasonable Republicans are figuring out that these evangelicals are nut jobs.
I don't think so. I really don't think the right is debating. I don't think the right is debating, and that's not super a bad thing. That just means that like we on the left have to consider how we reach these people, and I don't think it has anything to do with them thinking that their party is crazy. I don't think that was the problem at all in the beginning ever. I think it does have to do with leftist outreach, unfortunately.
I think that I think there is a bit of truth to what Lisa said, in that I've watched Bernie Sanders do. This was right after Trump won in 2016. I don't think he was actually inaugurated yet. Bernie Sanders, this evil Marxist, socialist, communist, Democrat, liberal, leftist, each one of those words meaning something different. And that's why I do that. It's kind of a meme. Went to, God, what county was it in West Virginia that went 80-something% for Donald Trump, and talked about Medicare for all, tuition-free higher education, raising the minimum wage, transitioning to a greener economy, and how many jobs it's going to create. And these people were nodding and cheering him on. And the questions they were asking, like there was one guy that said, and I mean, we're talking when this guy came up to the mic, this is what he sounded like. Had the big old red beard, had a hat on, had been a coal miner for God knows how long, was probably in his late 40s, everything like that. Hold on. And he straight up said that because of what Obamacare has done and because of what both the Democrats and the Republicans have done to healthcare, he said, I would actually support a universal healthcare system. He said, I think it would be good. I think that the government ensuring that all the citizens are covered is a good idea. It's better than what we have now. These Republicans, it's the evangelicals that don't agree with this stuff.
It's not the evangelicals.
The Mitt Romney Republicans.
He was saying, Leo, when the guy was done, did he spit a big chewing tobacco out of his mouth?
He might as well.
But it's
hold on, Tiago, for 1 second. Hey, Puff, you might not have heard me a few minutes ago. There's so few people in the room now, and everybody was being so reasonable. Just say it with your chest, man, whenever you want to get in.
I understand. But the thing was, there's a little bit of a delay. I just still don't want to step on toes. I
just ended up doing a Tiago, but let Tiago finish your point and then just jump on in, Puff.
No, Puff, go for it.
Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna take this opportunity while I have it. No consequences. Fuck you, Lisa. All right, moving on. I'm just taking it. Well, there's no hard feelings.
She did say you could.
Yes, no hard feelings. I'm just taking that opportunity.
Of course, I just want to know what did I say?
No, I think he was just saying it to.
No. You said that if you want to say "fuck you, Lisa" or whatever, I was like,
okay.
I'm gonna take that opportunity. It's no hard feelings.
Puff.
Not about any of your ideas.
I thought Knock used the F word a lot. Lisa's got him beat, man.
Yeah.
Dude,
Also, I think this is going to be a revolutionary. This is going to be weird, but think about it, right? I think the best way that, as progressives and myself, very socialists, we could attack.
Yeah, comrade.
Yes, thank you. In the glorious revolution, I will raise arms with you, brother. Anyway, what I was going to say was, I think the best way that we could attack capitalism is get the American people to demand that if you want to participate in the free market, you must do it on your own. You cannot take any form of government subsidy or tax break whatsoever.
Wait, what?
If you have to do real laissez-faire capitalism, you have to have government-free intervention, right? So, or free of government intervention. So you have to give up the what's progressing to a system of fascism where it's there's an indiscernible. There's no line anymore between business and government, corporations and government. But if you want to participate in the free market system, quote unquote free market system, which every system has a market, it's a market system.
Wait, are you a socialist or an ANCAP?
I think.
Oh no, not an ANCAP. No, I'm not saying get rid of the laws. What I'm saying
but ANCAP and anarcho-capitalism is essentially laissez-faire economics. That there should literally be no regulations on the market.
We actually want that.
Wait a minute, real quick, for just a clarification. I think what Puff's alluding to is the fact that it's almost as if like it were a country where the government does own the corporations and the corporations own the government, because like look what happened in the tax cut plan that Trump put out. Most of the money went to like big corporations and shit. He talked a good game about it going to like the middle class and that, but like you've got billionaires getting money from government to build like football stadiums and shit like that. I think what Puff's saying is that kind of shit gotta stop.
Yeah.
Well, even worse than that. What I'm saying is, comes time for the ACA. Who walks in and writes the bill? The health insurance corporations.
Yeah, of course.
It's time for the TPP. Who walks in and writes the rule? The corporations that are doing trade, right? So they just come in, they write the rules, they change the law however they see fit to make themselves more and more money, and they also take all these deductions and everything like that. If we could actually get the vast majority of people to fucking hound the shit out of people and stay on their elected representatives like they used to do. Hey, buddy, I know where you live. I'm not going to come kill you, but I'm going to definitely be at the supermarket you're at, and we're going to have a not friendly conversation every day while you're shopping for your morning vegetables every day.
I definitely agree that all of those are problems in our economy, but I don't think that divorcing government from business in the global sense is going to address those problems.
No.
In fact, I think it'll make them worse, because moving to a place where like we just take away all the regulations on corporations is not going to stop them from lobbying.
No.
In fact, they've been lobbying for that.
No. Regulations stick.
But
what I'm saying is the regulations stick. What I'm saying is they don't get to claim a tax deduction because they hired 186 people this year. They don't get to claim a tax deduction because.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They still have regulations.
Most of that comes down to changing the tax code in this country, and ever since Reagan got into office in 1980, I think it was his first year. I think
the election was 1980s. First year was 81.
Right. That's all I was saying is that what I'm saying is that if you want to participate in the free market system, then you cannot look to the government to offset any of your tax burden.
I agree with that.
Not only tax reform though, but
and they would take the
example from the stimulus, the Corona stimulus. Okay, for businesses, they said for businesses with 500 employees or more, we're able to, and a lot of the big companies jumped in there first and took all the money. What it should have been, that stimulus money should have went to businesses with 50 employees or less.
Yes.
And the and then the bigger companies would have benefited because the money flows up as
exactly.
You know,
The problem in this country isn't business. It's, and I hate to use this cliche term, it's big business. These small local company, even a company with 500, 600 employees that operates in one state, like, I mean, I'm sure we could all think of companies like that, is not really much of the problem. It's the Googles, the Amazons, the Apples, the Walmarts, the Verizons, the Exxon Mobils of the world that are the problem.
Don't
and
forget how he's
this is something.
Leo,
this
don't
is
forget how
something.
he's conflating state capitalism.
What?
He's conflating state capitalism with regulation.
State capitalism would be where the government owns shares in businesses, generally to the extent that the government has the ability to dictate how the business is run, because it's the government operating within that capitalist structure. A lot of companies that or countries where people have tried to argue that they're socialist were not actually socialist; they were state capitalist. I believe China engages in a little bit of state capitalism, where the Communist Party actually owns shares in many companies. But it's either they were either state capitalist or full-on statist, like in the case of, well, Venezuela wasn't fully statist, and they were never fucking socialist. There's numerous billionaires out of Venezuela. There's numerous privately owned businesses in Venezuela.
That's the thing.
Well, of course. The problem is that these people, the problem with and you'll get this a lot from libertarians and other ANCAPs, is that the reason that our economy is the way that it is, the reason that we have all of this, inequality, isn't because corporations are just full of a bunch of greedy people who only care about maximizing profits so that they can increase the dividends that are then received by the executives and the shareholders. That it's because the government gets involved and regulates it, and that affects the market, when that's literally not the case. And no data, at least that I have seen, and I have an aunt who is a PhD economist and a professor of economics at Iowa State University on this, and two uncles that own businesses. None of the data, at least that I have seen, indicates that. What it does indicate is that because of the structure of our economy, we are focused on profit first and literally nothing else second. It's just profit.
And you know what? That is such a great point, because there are so many endeavors within our society that should not be profit based. You talk about
exactly. I think it was telecommunications, transportation, healthcare, education.
I think Puff brought it up that the big medical companies were the ones that came in and wrote the ACA bill. I mean, there shouldn't be a profit incentive for healthcare, education, and housing, food. Yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna say goodnight. It's a small enough room. I don't see the need for a moderator, and as I always say, it's getting to be over. Knock, real quick. Can you mute up? I'm going to leave, but I'm going to call you real quick. That's okay.
Yeah.
Hey man, hey! Tell Doris that you will get to that pinochle game in just a minute. All right.
I have to go change my diaper, and then I've got to take my meds and drink a glass of warm milk and go to bed. All right.
All right, man. See you later, John.
See you later.
Bye, John.
All right, later.
Yeah, we got about 20 minutes. Continue. I'm going to mute for a bit while John calls me.
One of the things that we saw with this profit-based motive in our economy is with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and the fact that about $1.4 trillion in terms of tax credits and tax eliminating certain taxes for corporations. That's how much they got in the form of tax cuts, tax credits. About $1.4 trillion. Tax cut. I think it was $937 billion was spent on stock repurchases. Now, for those who don't know what stock repurchases are, they used to be effectively illegal. They weren't on the books illegal, but they were regulated to a point where companies really couldn't do it. They were effectively illegal. It's where a company, and this is going to explain why, it's where a very large company like Walmart, like Verizon, what have you, purchases back its own stock. And what this does is this creates the activity in that stock, because it's being rapidly purchased, sold, and purchased, that artificially inflates the value of the stocks. It's called artificial stock value inflation. And then what happens is the dividends that can be received by the shareholders.
Leo, I'm pretty sure that ZZ Top said that's called money for nothing and chicks for free.
Probably. But what happens is the dividends that the shareholders get and that most of the executives of these companies get, because the compensation packages for executives are almost always tied to stock performance, increases massively. So they can get a $14 million payout because they sold some shares in the company. And that's so essentially 3/4 of the tax cut these corporations got went to purchasing back their own stock to enrich their executives and their shareholders. While at the same time, I think Verizon Wireless laid off it was either Verizon or T-Mobile laid off like 26,500 people. Walmart laid off 9,000. Sam's Club, which is a part of Walmart, but they laid off like another 6,000. I think Amazon laid off workers, Google laid off workers. All these big companies bought back their own shares, enriched themselves, and then laid off all their workers. They did literally the exact opposite of what they said they're going to do. And that's when I love it when these ANCAPs, these dumb, stupid fucking ANCAPs and these libertarians that have no understanding of economics, read one Ayn Rand book and think that they understand how the whole fucking world works, and they don't. They always say, well, if we cut their taxes, they can invest more money in higher wages. But when have they ever actually done that? They don't. That's not. They're telling you they're going to do that. They're literally lying to you to get you to support policies that they can then utilize to just enrich themselves, and then they're going to give you a big old dildo up the ass with no motherfucking lube, not even a reach around.
Correction, I was wrong with that. That's Dire Straits. I apologize.
No. I would be curious to hear Sunflower's takes on this, because I think that he is probably a little bit more right-leaning than most of us are politically.
Yes, Sunflower.
Yeah, well spoken.
To be honest, I wasn't totally tuned in, and that's not because anything you guys were saying wasn't insightful. I guess I don't have, that much of an opinion on the very, very, very specific stuff when it comes to like tax codes and all that. I do think there's a problem with big business for sure. I don't know. Is there a specific? I wish I had more like interesting thoughts, but.
Well, he definitely wasn't
Fair
talking
enough.
about anything that was like tax codes. It's just like general, like economics.
Business practices that very large corporations tend to engage in to benefit all of this very, very small amount of economic elites within them, generally at the expense of not just the workers of particularly that firm, but of the society in general, such as artificial stock value inflation, market power consolidation through monopolization, rent seeking through charging way more for things than what they need, or trying to sell more than what they really need to sell. Other ways of manipulating the market, like diamonds, for instance. Diamonds are not rare at all, whatsoever on this planet, but these big corporations have put in our heads that this thought that diamonds are super, super rare and they're not going to be around forever, so that they can artificially inflate the value of them and charge people thousands of dollars for a little fucking hunk of carbon that's maybe worth a couple hundred. Like these big diamonds that you see in wedding rings are not worth $4,000, $5,000. That's an $800 motherfucking dollar ring, straight up.
Richard Wolff calls that manufactured consent.
Yep. And that's
Yeah,
exactly what
I
it is.
agree with pretty much all of that. I mean, to what extent, I don't know, but yeah, basically everything you just said, I pretty much agree is a problem, especially in America.
Yes, and this is why I'm a
Do
market
you,
socialist.
Sunflower? I'm just making fun of you, but do you really?
I absolutely do. I mean, I'm not by any means like a rich guy in an ivory tower. I mean, I'm working class. I think that a lot of people are, absolutely exploited by, like Leo said, extremely small amount of people that have massive corporations, and it becomes even more sinister, in my opinion. Well, not sinister, but I guess like illegitimate. When I think about like the fact that a lot of these people seem to have just inherited either the wealth.
So, a couple of economists. I think. Don't quote me on this because I might be wrong, but I think Joseph Stiglitz, who is world-renowned economist, he might be a Nobel laureate. Again, don't quote me on that either because I'm not sure. But very renowned economist. I think he was involved with a study that showed. I can't remember if it was globally. I'd have to go look back at the study but I do know that this number is correct. I think it was only for the United States that 74% of the wealth that the wealthiest 1% of individuals have, which is only like 3 million people, is 74% of all that wealth is inherited. It's not earned. And this is the thing. People like Jeff Bezos don't get as rich as they are by earning that money. If the old adage that the harder you work, the richer you get, wealth and success come from hard work. If that were really true, it would be the factory workers and the farmers and all of these people that are the wealthiest in our society, but they're not, even though they work the hardest. What the economic bourgeois does is number one, they have a lot of inherited wealth, and the more wealth you have, the more your money can work for you, the wealthier you can get, and the easier it is to get wealthy. But people like Jeff Bezos are worth $200-something billion, not at all because of work, but because what they have done is set the market up in such a way that all of this wealth is funneled into their pockets rather than redistributing it equitably back into the hands of the people whose labor directly produced that wealth, i.e. the 100-and-something thousand people who work at Amazon. That's what it is. They're literally stealing the money that other people's labor generated simply because they own the company. This is why I'm a market socialist. This is why I believe that companies should be collectively owned by the workers. And another reason that I am in favor of that is because if that were the case, I don't think you would ever see companies get even half as large as Amazon is. I don't think you'd see them get a third as large, because the larger a company gets, the harder it is going to be in some respects. Not that they would start to fail, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult logistically to run a company in terms of say, worker co-ops. And at the same time, the larger a company gets, the more people you have to hire, the more people you have to hire, the more you have to split up that pie, so to speak. And so what that does is that disincentivizes growing a company to the size of Amazon. Even though if everybody, and this is actually Apple that this number comes from, if every worker at Apple, if Apple were a worker cooperative company, every worker there would earn about $405,000 a year. Think about that. That's how much wealth is held by the wealth. Now, think about if we did that for Amazon, for Google, for Verizon, for T-Mobile, for AT&T, for Comcast, for ExxonMobil. How many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people would be made vastly wealthier? People don't realize how much wealth is literally being hoarded by people who didn't lift a single fucking finger to produce it.
Well, I used to work at Pizza Hut, and these pizzas that you pay $18, $19, $20 for, they literally cost about 25 cents, including labor.
That's rent seeking. That's rent seeking. Your rent in economics terms is any income that is received but was not actively earned through some form of productive labor. And rent seeking is a way of like overcharging or price gouging for things so that you can collect more money that you didn't ever actually do anything to earn. You're seeking those rents, and so they call it rent seeking. And this is one of the most destructive economic practices, and is one of the biggest reasons why there is such a large divide between the economic bourgeois and the proletariat.
And that's why, really quick, this is, I think, why an interesting point on what you guys just talked about is, and I know Andrew Yang was kind of a meme, but he did it at the very least, whether or not, however one would say we should spend this potential generated income, the value added tax is a tax that exists in Europe to attack basically just that.
Yes.
I have to look into it more, but it's essentially the idea that if we take the 25-cent pizza that's getting charged $20 for it, if I understand correctly, there's a tax on the literal added value, as in that, let's say that $19.75. So that it's basically, it exists so that you can't just gouge people to an absurd extent because of like a patent or something. Like, I figured out if I put a 10-cent piece of tin with a 14-cent piece of gold, I can make something that everyone loves. So I'm going to charge $5,000 for it. It would be sort of a tax on the literal added value. That's an interesting idea.
Another one of his ideas that's all right, I would be in favor of it within the current economic framework that we have, was the UBI. But I believe in going a step further than UBI and completely restructuring our economy in a way that tends to benefit the vast majority of workers rather than a very, very small amount of economic elites. And this is why I often call capitalism feudalism for the modern age, because that's what it is. People say, well, you have a choice. You really don't. It's either you work for anybody, or you die. And everybody says, well, you can start your own business. There's two problems with that. Number one, the amount of capital required to start a business is actually quite high. And number two, most people, or rather, if everybody went and started their own business, they wouldn't have any workers because the other guy that they need to come work for them has his own business. Number three is that most people who want to start their own businesses don't have the establishment in terms of like credit and what have you that banks are going to be looking at to be able to receive the capital in the form of loans to be able to effectively start a business. So it's not as easy as going out and just starting a business. That is just the dumbest idea ever. So you really don't have a choice. And Vosh, this is very, very contrived, but Vosh puts it this way, and I think it makes the point very well. Is that imagine that we both landed somehow, we're on an island. I wake up, we're both passed out, and I wake up before you do. And I go around and I collect all the bananas off the trees and all the coconuts off the trees and all the food that you could find that's edible, that won't kill you on the island, and I hoard it. And I say, all right, I have no problem giving you some food, but in order to get food, you have to throat my dick. You have to suck my dick. Do you have a choice in that? Do you really have a choice in that? And this is the problem, is that people who argue, well, you can just do this, or you have a choice in the market. You really don't. It's either you work for somebody else or you fucking die. Or maybe not necessarily die, but you're living at your bare subsistence level and you're literally doing nothing but surviving. So the point is that if there's that coercion factor there, do you really have a choice? Because, I mean, if you're going to say you do, then yeah, you do have a choice. You can choose not to suck his dick. But at the same time, you're going to end up fucking starving to death and dying. So there's that coercion factor there. What choice do you really have?
I think Sunflower totally gets that, but that's just me. He could not get the dick sucking coconut.
Yeah, I mean that analogy. I get where he's going with that, with the like hypothetical, and I don't know.
It is very contrived, but I think that the reason that he makes particularly that conditional is because it really drives the point home. Like, do you really want to suck somebody else's dick just to fucking survive? Because that's what we're doing to these capitalists. We're essentially sucking their dicks and getting nothing fucking for it.
I would say
Sunflower's like in the middle of that. Like he's trying.
Well, no, I would just say there's sociological things that hypothetical breaks down when you imagine like an island in which everybody has exactly one coconut. It sounds good in theory to just sort of divvy up the resources perfectly, but I'd say on the sociological level, especially when we're already this sort of catapulting amorphous blob of different radical cultural ideas, and
okay, can I talk to you, Sunflower?
Sure, yeah.
And those like
can I make a really, really quick point?
No,
really quickly. No, literally like 5 seconds. I just wanted to say, socialism doesn't state that everybody should get equally the same thing. It states that wealth should be distributed equitably, but not equally.
Okay.
And that's what I was going to say to Sunflower, was that okay,
sorry.
So can we see that we do see that like certain types of people have certain benefits, right? Like economically.
Yeah. What do you mean benefits? Like people are richer than other people?
Yes, people are like they inherit richness.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, right. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I know.
We do see those patterns.
But again, like what I'm saying is that even let's switch it to equitable instead of equal. I don't think we ever get to a point where there's not some fellatio for coconut exchanges going on the island. Like there's always going to be some sort of even if it's not what someone needs to survive, it's just going to be like something like what the common whatever Americans there's such a surplus in America that people just consider like iPhones, Sunday football. Like
wait before we go into like serious
hold on
topics,
I wanted to hear where he was going with that.
But like if there was like an OnlyFans for the hottest girls who get the hottest coconuts, like does that factor in?
Well, that's kind of my point. Is that like when you look at it in terms of bare necessities, it makes a lot more sense. But like in America, even homeless people, I hate to sound kind of inhumane, but in America, homeless people generally don't die of starvation. There's enough programs and they can get enough from busking that they can have more than enough to eat. Are they working? Who's forcing them to suck anyone's dick? They're literally living like vagrants.
I do disagree with the busking makes you a lot of money, but I do think that it's a weird thing. Like
number one, a lot of places now, especially where you tend to find more homeless people, do credit checks before they hire somebody because they want to know how much you can manage your money. Number two, transportation is one of the biggest obstacles to finding a job. Somebody might be able to find a job, but a homeless person isn't going to really have a decent way to get there. Number three, having yourself established before you find a job is typically one of the reasons that most people are successful in finding and keeping a job. Somebody who's homeless doesn't have that capability.
Wait.
But he's forever homeless. Now you know.
Hold on. This isn't me attacking homeless people at all. I agree. Our country is set up in a way that absolutely unfairly keeps homeless people homeless, does not give them a fair opportunity. No. That wasn't my point. My point is the standard of living. In Vosh's hypothetical, it's literally starve to death or suck dick. Whereas in America, the standard of living, in my opinion, I'm sorry, some people.
Well, okay, no, Leo, you have to take the bullet on this one. That it's between sucking dick and living, but like.
I've already admitted this.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that if
Sunflower doesn't know that yet.
The point was not that you're literally going to die if you don't work. The point was that you don't actually have a choice because there is a a coercive factor there that makes you make this decision because the other option.
Yeah, you can work a job or you can be homeless and have no money.
Okay.
And
let me give you a hypothetical here. It's all about relative standards of life. Okay, if a homeless person never saw the rich Wall Street executive walking past him, or anyone that on a level above him, and he had food in his stomach, shoes on his feet, and let's say he can sleep in like some sort of a makeshift bed. What position is he in to say I am absolutely abused and neglected by society? That person has a better standard of living than like rich people 500 years ago, by some estimations. So the idea, I'm not.
Yeah, but that.
Well, no, I'm not saying that coercion is difficult. I'm saying that there's a specific type of coercion that's involved when it's I must do this or I will perish, and that is not present in America, in my opinion. But that's not to say that there isn't.
But here's the thing, though, is
that in some senses it is because somebody who's not working doesn't have access to healthcare. They can't go to the doctor when they need to. They can't get around. I mean, they're not having a job leads to so many factors that make it so much more likely that you will either die or not quite die, but will be living.
It's basically it's the same thing as the argument of saying the flu didn't kill you or COVID-19 didn't kill you because you had pre-existing conditions. No, you can say that, but the homelessness does kill people.
But wait,
they're going to starve to death.
But wait, what's unique about Vosh's hypothetical, in my opinion, is that there will be an animalistic instinct turned on. Okay, if I'm in a room with someone else and there's only enough food for one of us to survive, like. Eventually, we're going to turn into like beasts. Okay,
no,
there's not going to
necessarily.
Are you saying? Yeah, are you trying going down the lines of getting at? Well, I'll just like steal from you and attack you to get the food that I need.
Though. Like at which point that is
because I was going to say, well, you going to go rob Jeff Bezos, my guy? Good luck.
No. I'm saying you don't have to rob anyone in America. Homeless people are given enough food that they're not going to get the animal instinct of I'm about to die unless
I don't think that a lot of homeless people are actually like well fed, but everything else.
There's a lot of homeless people in this country that can't even eat the majority of food that are donated.
Agree that homeless people are fucked in this country.
No, I'm not saying homeless people have a good life.
There's a lot of what I'm saying though is there's a sizable number of homeless people in this country that do die of starvation.
No, that's wrong. You have to cite that. No, you have to cite that. Puff. I'm sorry. There's not a sizable amount of homeless people that die of starvation in this country.
Probably is.
That is insane. No, it's not. It's a misconception. People are not dying of starvation in America.
If this is the thing though, if 400,000 people die from the same thing in 1 year,
there's about 9 million people that die of hunger and hunger-related diseases every year in the United States.
I guarantee those people are dying.
I guarantee that.
I would bet that a lot of them are probably homeless.
No, hunger and hunger related is not dying of starvation.
Even if
it is, but they word it a little bit more kind.
Hunger related is more or less dying from nutritional deficiency.
Even if they do or don't we live in a civilized society that should get rid of these problems?
Of course, I'm all for like helping the homeless. I think that it's horrible the way that.
It's not about just helping the homeless. It's about like uplifting our status as a society, as a species.
And what they're saying though is there's a simple method we can simply, if we simply democratize the workplace, that will alleviate many of these problems.
The vast majority of woes that are faced in this country.
All I meant to do in this tangent was say that, like the guy with the coconut and the guy asking him to suck his dick, there's a more urgent sense. There's a sense of urgency, of survivalistic urgency in that hypothetical, and that's fair. It's a hypothetical. It's not supposed to be as complex as like the modern American economy. But all I'm saying is that that's where I think it's just it becomes a little bit hard to superimpose that.
That is simplistic, but it's like a very simple way.
I
think it's so oversimplified.
The point of the analogy wasn't to like appeal to not tribalistic.
So like Puff and
it's-
Leo, shouldn't we agree with Sunflower on this point that we should do more? Like,
Well, of course, that was the whole point. But
Yeah, that's not
the
even my
of me
point.
bringing that conditional was
I
that
know it's not your
there's a
point.
coercion factor for people to be able to survive reasonably and have a reasonable standard of living in our society.
Yeah, and reasonable is, I agree that reasonable exists. It is relative, and the coconut one is not relative to anything. It's just
So like if we made a more comparable metaphor for like modern times, would that do for you?
Yeah, but here's the thing, Tioga. That's where I was getting at with the iPhone thing. Like, think about this, okay? Like, if we've already taken for granted, or not homeless people, but let's say like a middle class person, if some people have taken for granted food, shelter, health insurance, whatever, so much that I feel like some people actually consider the bare minimum for a reasonable standard of life to be like literally a PS5, an iPhone, like, new.
I don't care. Like no one.
I would
no
argue
one,
those people are
I don't.
probably
It doesn't
quite
matter. It
privileged.
doesn't fucking matter who thinks that's. I don't think that that's a standard of life. But anyways, continue.
Well, yeah, but okay, but here's where I'm going with that. Is
A
that
PS5? You really think so? Okay. Anyways,
Oh, I'm saying these people are spoiled. You realize that I'm criticizing these people. I'm not saying like
that's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
I just think that there's many people in this world who don't think about a PS5. So like, continue on.
oh, absolutely, like the people that don't exist in America. Like I'm
No,
saying that
Sunflower. There's plenty of fucking people who don't have money for a PS5 or food in this world. You're
That
just gonna
is
have to accept
so
that.
true.
and
No,
move on.
100% true.
You're just gonna have to accept that and move on.
I do
Continue
accept
with
that.
your analogy.
Okay, I totally accept that. All I was saying is that in particularly affluent societies, like at least parts of America, you're just going to get a ever raising bar in terms of what's considered a reasonable standard of life. That's my only point here, and I think that while that is subjective and relative.
So you're saying that bougie people should shut up?
Honestly, I think we should at least reframe what we're looking at in terms of what's a reasonable standard and what's a bare necessity. But I'm admitting that homeless people and the most poor do not have a reasonable standard. I just wouldn't frame it in terms of they're starving. They don't even have food to eat. I would frame it in things like they don't have health care.
There's a lot of people who don't have food to eat or
Yeah,
health
there's a lot of
care.
people. There's a lot of people with houses and jobs that don't have food to eat. How do
I
you
don't think it's
people
as
without
compelling.
jobs-
I don't think it's as compelling to invoke food as
Why?
it would to
Why?
invoke.
Wait,
because
wait.
people aren't starving. Because
Hold on,
people
hold on,
aren't
hold on,
starving.
Hold on.
No, Sunflower
Humans
people are
don't
starving.
need food to survive.
No,
No,
he
no, no.
knows. He knows.
America has solved
knows.
the food problem.
No, it hasn't.
No,
No, it hasn't.
Sunflower, it has not.
People aren't starving to
You're
death.
just gonna.
That
Yes,
doesn't mean
are
that people don't go
Sunflower.
hungry. That doesn't mean that there aren't children, little children that go to bed after the third day and they've maybe ate like one peanut butter sandwich. Like
This is
because
why
people aren't
literally-
literally starving to death does not mean that there isn't a problem
yeah,
of hunger
anyways,
because there
literally
still
every
is. And in
single
the United
school-
States, it's significantly more pronounced than it is in other industrialized nations.
Every single school has a free lunch program, specifically because children are starving in our country.
Starving? What's the word?
Starving.
What do we mean
Starving
starving?
Starving means you're not getting the proper nutritional
they
value
do
on a
not
daily
have
basis that
breakfast.
you need to
They
be.
do not
That's
have
literally what
breakfast.
starving means.
Yeah.
Starving means these kids do not have breakfast, they do not have lunch, they do not have dinner. They eat their food at school, and this is why we have these programs. And
Okay. Well, here's what I'm trying to get at with this. There's a difference between neglectful parents
Oh
and a lack of resources to even give hungry children food. The latter does not
we have
exist.
both. No, yes, we do.
Wait,
There's no
hold
lack
on,
of-
hold on.
There's no lack of resources.
Well, there isn't, but there's a lack of actually utilizing those resources and
That's
distributing them to
neglectful
the
people.
Leo's right.
That's called
Leo's
that's
Yeah,
from neglectful
that's-
people.
And that is a
Well, it's
problem.
not neglectful
That's a
people, it's
problem.
neglectful corporations. It costs more money to save the food, have it shipped out and sent to places where it can be distributed to people free of charge than it does to just toss it in the fucking trash. This all comes back to
And
the
that's a fucking
profit
problem.
motive, which is again why I advocate for socialism.
Yeah. And the thing is, I know for a fact I've had friends growing up. I grew up in Las Vegas. I had friends growing up that had two parents working, and still they were struggling to make ends meet. And I know I've had
On
a
the free
ton
lunch
of
program, yeah.
yeah. But I've also had a ton of friends that, just like Tioga said, because they only had one parent. That one parent worked 2 jobs, right? If not 2 full-time jobs, 1 full-time and 1 part-time job. Struggled to still pay the bills and make ends meet. And those kids were utterly dependent on that breakfast and lunch that they got at school. Otherwise, they would only get about 12 to 1,400 calories at dinner time at night, 9 or 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, when their mom's getting home from her second job or her first job, and she's changing clothes to jump on the bus to go to their second job.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to say really quick, because I saw somebody in the chat. The Catholic traditionalist is in there bitching about somebody debating him. If he goes to my channel, he can find my email and he can send me an email on a debate topic, and I can get a hold of either James at Modern Day Debate or Baldy Cats at Agree to Disagree, and we can have a debate. So if you're that hungry for a debate, just email me. You can find it on my channel. It's public.
Catholic traditionalist, I won't debate you because I do not debate. I think I really do think it's pointless. But, if you want to have a conversation, you can go over to my channel and have a conversation in the comments. I'm generally hands off with my comments. I generally let everything through. There's only a few comments I won't let through, but yeah, come on my channel. Let's have a discussion in the comments.
Quick question for Leo. Do you actually think debate is effective at changing people's minds who've already made up their mind,
not the debater, but the audience?
Or do you just enjoy the blood sport?
Not the debater. I mean, you're not going to change the mind of your interlocutor, or at least very, very rarely are you. But their audience are the people that I try to reach.
Well, I'm saying, for the most part, people that have made their mind up don't change based on one debate. You know what I mean? It's they have to be repeated exposure to those ideas.
That's why I try to engage in debates as much as I can. And it also helps me understand my own ideas a little bit better and be able to argue them better. Because the better you can argue your points, the more likely you are to convince somebody.
All right, so I'm back.
And I do enjoy the sport of a debate. Debates are always good.
Sorry for me and John was.
We're wondering where you were at.
Did you build the bong this time?
No, me and John was talking. Yeah, that was a while. So I did see Catholic traditionalist in the side chat, challenging, wanting to come in. GeoSam provided the link, and he didn't show up. I'm gonna probably shut her down though, because it's been 4 hours. And I need to go to sleep. I'll give you all a chance to real quickly plug your channel and tell us where we can find you, and then we'll get out of here for the evening.
I think most people probably know where to find me at youtube.com/C/Leophilius or Twitter at Leophilius.
I'll go next. Just to put this out there, food for thought. Anybody that's complaining about raising
food for thought for homeless people?
Well, they can think about the food for thought, or they can look at it warmly baking in the window and imagine how yummy it would be. Or they can come back after we close and dig it out of the trash. Hopefully, it's not too dirty. But food for thought. Anybody that says that we shouldn't raise the minimum wage, if you bring that up, and they say that the minimum wage shouldn't be enough for you to afford to live, relatively decently, definitely, some level of comfort, and not constant fear of homelessness or impending doom of debt. That person is basically telling you, I wish I could pay you even less than I do right now. Mm-hmm. just take that into consideration. If they say that the minimum wage shouldn't go up, they believe people are already paid too much for their backbreaking labor they perform in most cases. That's my only thing. Y'all have a good one, and I gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta take off too. Peace out. Thanks for having me. Not
have a good one, Leo.
Hey, later, guys.
All right, have a good night, Sunflower. Lisa,
All right,
you
can
want
I
to
go next or what?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, really quick. Yeah, I would just say to people, I find my name, maybe it's just, confirmation bias. I find my name tagged more in side chats for all streams I'm in, not just this one, more than I see other people. And I sometimes wonder, I think that I have like a objectively irritating and annoying voice. And I'm not blaming anyone who just, they hear me say something and they all of a sudden go to their keyboard and type, I hate this person, I hate Sunflower, I hate him, he's stupid, he's a 14-year-old idiot. All I would say is that I'm actually probably more reasonable than most people would think. Anything I was saying tonight, I do believe in increasing the standard of living of the poor, of the people that are going hungry. Whatever point that whoever thinks I'm an inhumane idiot thinks I was trying to make, maybe I just miscommunicated what I was trying to say. I'm not even gonna plug my channel because I had such little content and views that it wouldn't even be worth it. You could probably find it if you search for like Sunflower something or the other. But anyway, thanks so much for hosting this and sticking this out for so long. Knock, this is, I know that you probably at times were like, I wish I could just cut these guys off and go to sleep, but you let us finish our stuff, and that says a lot about you. So thanks so much. I'm out. Later, guys.
Yep, thank you. I've been tired today. I don't know if it's like a resurgence of the COVID, but I took 2 naps earlier and I'm exhausted again. They did say that would happen, so hopefully I'll feel a bit better tomorrow. But yeah, where can we find you, Lisa?
I'm sorry to hear about that, Knock.
Hopefully I'll feel better tomorrow.
Yeah, well, here's hoping. Lisa for Truth. You can just type it into YouTube. I think I'm the first one that comes up. If not, I'm one of the first ones that comes up. But I mainly do religion and, stuff like that. And, I don't use fuck on my channel. So when I come on other channels, I kind of go crazy. So
I say fuck all the time, and I can't help it.
So anyway, because, I want to be respectful and I want Christians to come to my channel, and, they're not going to come to my channel if I say fuck all the time. So, not that fuck is a bad word or anything. I don't know where people get that fuck is a bad word, because it's not, it's just perception. But anyway, Lisa for Truth, come check me out. Got a bunch of videos. Right now I'm doing the Connecticut witch trials. And before I started researching Salem, because I was going to do the Salem witch trials. But then I found out there were witch trials in the New World before Salem. And these were actually way worse than Salem. But we've had to piece together, because the records don't exist all in one place. So we've had to piece together from like Bibles and journals, and from, these people whose ancestors lived through the Connecticut witch trials. That's why we don't know it as much, because, it's just, we have information from different sources, and it's just been pieced together in the past few years. So yeah, come check out my channel, and I'll see you later. Not thanks for having me on.
Awesome. Yep. Thanks for coming, Lisa. And I did see in the side chat where Agnostic Pagan Mom wanted to come on. Yeah, definitely come on next time, Agnostic Pagan Mom. Yeah, I usually try to only run the open rooms for 4 hours. Sometimes we'll go a bit longer. I am super tired tonight, and I was away. Like I was kind of out of the conversation tonight. Sometimes that's going to happen. Sometimes I don't participate as much in the open rooms. I want people to be participating. I again want to thank John for the great moderation. We're going to be, we have our hand system, and we'll tinker with it and make it hopefully as good as possible, because we always seem to have people wanting in, and that's a good thing. If you can keep your room full with 10 people, and then you still have people wanting to come in, that's a good thing, and that means that these open rooms are doing exactly what I wanted them to do. It does feel like we are back into the old times, and we're having the old conversations again, and I really, really love that. I personally think that we need to be able to be flexible, and me and John will work and tinker this thing out, and we'll get this perfect. John is a great moderator, so I'm lucky to have him. And yeah, so thank you guys for being here. We will definitely, we are planning a special room for next Wednesday, so it's not going to be an open room. I'll be reaching out to people to have the funeral of Smokey Saint. If you are interested in participating in that, email me at daragingatheist, daragingatheist@gmail.com. And we will see you next time. As always, be the conversation. And let me get to my closing screen. Thank you, patrons.